There's lots of energy in the room. Welcome to Spirituality, Aging, and Narrative, the sacred art of story listening. My name is Jane Kipfer, and I'm the person you've been receiving emails from, along with Sarah McKeel, who you met at the registration table. We are very pleased to host you here at Conrad Grebel-University College. As we gather, we acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee peoples. The University of Waterloo is situated on the Haldeman Tract, the land promised to the Six Nations, that includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. And we are grateful to be here today. We're especially grateful because of the snow. I commend your courage in getting here today. This weather is confirmation for me of the decision to move this annual gathering to June. And I'm serious, the next one's in June. We'll hear more about that later in the day. A few things to ensure that we're all settled and comfortable. Parking, I hope you were all able to find a spot in one lot or another. If you haven't had a chance to pay for parking yet, don't worry about that. We can do that at the break. Washrooms are at the end of the hall up here, and there's also washrooms upstairs where we will go for a coffee break later on. And there's also an elevator that we have access to get up to that second floor if you'd like to use it, just to ask. Lunch break will be at noon, and feel free to find a spot in the cafeteria or in this room or in the atrium, wherever you're comfortable to enjoy your bag lunch. And there also will be a list of restaurants available if anybody would like to go out to a restaurant. Anything else you need, just find me or Sarah, and we'll try to help you. The organization behind this annual gathering is the Schlegel-University of Waterloo Research Institute for Aging. There is much research and innovation in the field of aging these days, but not everyone recognizes the importance of spirituality in our later years. We are so fortunate that the Schlegel family does, and that we have opportunities like today to bring us together to talk about it. Josie, who is taking my picture, Josie Davernus is the executive director of the Schelegel-UWaterloo. And she's here with us this morning. I'd like to invite you, Josie, to come now and bring some greetings.
Thank you very much, Jane, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this annual event. The RIA is very pleased to support this annual Spirituality and Aging workshop or lecture, and wholeheartedly support Jane's idea of moving it to June, given the weather today, although it is beautiful. For those of you who may not know, the RIA is an innovation institute, and we are dedicated to research, education, and practice to enhance care and living for older adults. We partner closely with the University of Waterloo and with other universities, with Conestoga College and with other colleges, and with Schlegel Villages as our practice site, where we incubate new ideas, we trial them and perfect them and test them before ultimately spreading them to benefit everyone. Our mandate goes beyond to benefit everyone. And we're very pleased to support Dr. Jane Kipfer as a Schlegel specialist in spirituality and aging in her work here at Conrad Grebel, and also in the community where she provides spiritual care to residents in long-term care, among other things. So, for example, just 2 weeks ago, she was a keynote speaker at Canadian Boomer Fest in London. It's a 3-day celebration of baby boomers and spirituality, near and dear to my heart because I'm a baby boomer. How many baby boomers in the crowd? That's like 70% of us. Anyway, I think it was a really successful event from all the tweets I saw going back and forth. And I also want to say that Jane recently successfully completed her PhD. So she is now Dr. Jane Kipfer. So congratulations to her. So Jane is one of a team at RIA of over 40 researchers. These researchers all work in very applied areas, such as nutrition, mobility, technology, dementia, primary care, epidemiology, brain health, and of course, spirituality. They are supported, these researchers, by a staff team of 21 people. And we have two at the back of the room, Hillary and Kelly, so say hi, everyone, of our staff. And the staff supports the researchers in their conducting their research, in defining good research questions, in recruitment of participants to research, and importantly, in knowledge mobilization, in taking what we're learning in our research programs and spreading it out to the world. We also manage a number of large projects funded by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care to the tune of about $6 million per year. And these projects also focus on spreading evidence-informed programs and training to improve care for older adults in all of those areas that I talked about. RIA is very fortunate to have incredible support from Dr. Ron Schlegel and his family for the work that we do. RIA was established by Ron, and with the help of the late Dr. Michael Sherritt, and we started as a Senate-approved research institute embedded in the University of Waterloo, and then became a nonprofit charitable foundation with ongoing close ties to the university. So it's generous donations from the Schlegel family that allow us to support research chairs and specialists like Jane, as well as supporting an office and a growing staff team. And we leverage these donations from the Schlegel family with donations from others, including from many of you in the room, and we thank you for that, as well as with grants and contracts. We're very grateful for all of these contributions, large and small. So our model really is quite unique in the world, and that is evidenced by the rapid growth of the RIA and the global recognition that we are receiving in many ways. There's nowhere else that I've come across in my 12 years at RIA where you will find a campus where older adults live and receive care, where staff work to provide quality of life for their residents, where students learn in a living classroom environment. So for example, at the Village at University Gates, we have 100 students taking their personal support worker and practical nursing program on site in the long-term care home, where researchers have labs and offices, and where the RIA team supports mobilization of what we learn within and beyond these walls to benefit older adults everywhere. That's our model. You will see us on the North Campus of the University of Waterloo as our kind of hub location, or our Center of Excellence main site. And the research building is sandwiched in between a long-term care home, a Schlegel Village, and a under construction retirement home, which will be home to about 200 older adults in a range of living options, from independent living through to memory care, assisted living, and full service retirement. So any of you who've seen that construction, that's what's going up right there, including an expansion of the research building to add another 3 floors. So we're very excited about that. So I'm personally very pumped today to participate in today's topic of aging and storytelling. I think it's a fabulous topic, and I'm really looking forward to the day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Josie. And Ron Schlegel plans to join us for part of the day. When he arrives, we will also give him a chance to say hello and get to meet Ron. And now it's time to introduce Bill. I first met Bill through his writing. As I did research for my dissertation, his words got me excited about narrative gerontology and all the ideas and approaches that he has come to share with us today. So Bill Randall is a professor of gerontology at St. Thomas University in New Brunswick. Prior to entering academic life, he was a minister in the United Church of Canada, out west in Saskatchewan, in Creemore, Ontario, and then in New Brunswick. He's a graduate of Harvard, Princeton Seminary, and the University of Toronto. And he has authored many, many books and articles. Some of the books we have available up in the foyer today at break time and at lunchtime for you. And these publications have shown a special interest in the importance of narrative care with older adults, as well as narrative gerontology. When he's not writing and teaching, he likes to kayak, bicycle, learning to play the guitar, and he also clearly enjoys his relationship with his mom, who is now 97 years old. And I didn't have time to ask you this morning if you ever got a hold of her last night. Yeah, she got home from her card game on time to talk to you. So I was thrilled when Bill accepted my invitation to come and join us today. So I invite you to welcome Bill.
Thank you very much, Jane. And I realized I was mispronouncing your name yesterday. Keeper. I apologize for that. I want to thank you for organizing this event. I want to thank Josie and the RIA and the Schlegel family and the University of Waterloo and Conrad Grebel College and St. Paul's College, where I spent the night last night. So thank you so very much. It's such an honor for me to be here today and to talk with you about some concepts that are of interest to me and have been for some time. Can you hear me okay? I'm not used to this kind of lapel mic, so I'll do my best not to move my head around too much. So I'm a collector of quotations, and sometimes I think that anything I've ever written or published is just a collection of quotations that I've tried to figure out a way to string together in a seemingly logical way. These are a few of the ones that I find particularly enticing. Every life has a story. Everyone's life is worth a novel by the novelist Gustave Flaubert. Our own Canadian rock star Amanda Marshall. Everybody's got a story that can break your heart. The next one I'm not sure that I agree with totally, but it kind of catches one's eye. Everyone enters life as a blank page and leaves life as a full book. I don't think we do enter life as a blank page. I think we carry with us all kinds of stories going back and back and back. And I'm not sure that when we leave life, our book is full, but that's for debate. And lastly, one of my most favorites, it always starts discussion with students and people in workshops. It's from the American novelist, the writer of the book, Roots. Every time an old person dies, it's like a library burns down. So let me say a little bit about the group of people that I work with closely at St. Thomas University in Fredericton, where we had winter the other day, and I brought it with me. Very kind of me to do that. I'm not going to name all of these wonderful folks off, but on the lower left corner is a picture of Clive Baldwin, who is a Canada Research Chair in Narrative Studies, the only such position that I'm aware of in Canada, and perhaps beyond Canada. So he comes to us from the University of Bradford in the UK. There's a strong background in dementia studies and narrative, and insofar as I'll be talking some about narrative and dementia today, he really should be the one addressing that very, very important topic. I also want to set the context for what I'm going to share with you today, which are really just some concepts and ideas that I work with on a fairly regular basis that I present to you folks in an open-ended kind of way. If they're of value to you and you can relate to them or draw from them, fine. If not, well, hopefully you'll have a good day and a good lunch. But this slide here shows you just some of the books alone, not to mention articles that have been written in various disciplines, not just gerontology, but psychology for sure, education, history, philosophy, theology, that draw upon narrative ideas. So many of these books up here, and I think you have the handout in front of you, faith and narrative, narrative theology, narrative social work, narrative and religion, narrative psychology, etc. So I'm just kind of taking a few of the wonderful ideas that are circulating around in the world these days from many different disciplines and focusing them for our purposes today on the topic of aging and spirituality. So here's the plan for the day, and I'm going to ask Jane, Dr. Jane, if she would keep me on track, because I know we have a nutrition break at 10 o'clock? 10:30. And then a bigger nutrition break at 12. So there are certain things I'd like to try to cover with you but I want to make sure that we're on time and we're all happy and so forth. The first part of the day, I think, is primarily about theory sorts of things, so put on your big boy and big girl pants because we have some slogging to do through some concepts that I find very enticing, in fact endlessly so, but at the same time there's a practical application of narrative ideas. And so the second part of the day we'll be looking primarily at practice issues where we draw upon narrative to assist and to enrich the practice that we do. And that's what I also want to say is that I come here humbly as a kind of an egghead academic who has some ideas that he works with other people and so forth. That you people, many of you I know, are on the front lines in one way or another, interacting with older adults as counselors, spiritual directors, pastors, etc. So, I'm honored to be with you because you have the knowledge that in many ways I don't have. But I do have some, I guess, and that's why I've been invited. So I'd like to share with you some concepts, or kind of a structure of ideas, if you will, that I often work with in what we call narrative gerontology, and I'll say more about that. I want to offer some theories and some terms by way of kind of groundwork or framework, if you will, for a narrative perspective on spirituality and aging. By the way, it's very exciting to come here and realize that you have a whole stream of your wonderful research institute for aging just on spirituality. That to me is a wonderful statement. And then, and then maybe by presenting with you with some of these ideas and concepts and theories, it will add, if it needs to add, some extra legitimacy to the work that I'm sure many of you instinctively carry out anyway. And then lastly, I want to consider with you some reasons, some strategies, and some activities for what we call, or what I call, narrative care, which is the fancy phrase for story listening, which is a more warm and wonderful phrase with older adults. But I would like to start a little bit, though, with the story of my interesting story. How did I get here? And because I think any of the narrative folks that I've interacted with through narrative conferences usually have a story as to how they got interested in story. By the way, I'm going to be using the word story and narrative somewhat interchangeably throughout the day. And there are those who would say, yeah, but you shouldn't really do that. And I understand that. But I think for our purposes today, going back and forth between story and narrative fairly smoothly is okay. Because if you look in the dictionary under the word narrative, the first meaning you're going to see is story, and vice versa. But there are many who say, and I understand, that not all narratives are stories. And there are many ways other than narratives of telling stories, but that's a matter for another conference. Thank you, Josie, for the coffee. And thank you, Jane, for the water. I have a bit of a cold going, which I brought with me from the Maritimes, and if you'd like to catch it from me, then you can sip from my coffee cup. I grew up as a PK. Hope you understand that lingo. Preacher's kid. A preacher's kid or a pastor's kid. In the Maritime provinces, which is a very rich storytelling culture. I think we are anyway in Canada, but the Maritimes have a reputation for being particularly chatty, storytelling sorts of folks, and I come from that tradition. My father, for sure, was a raconteur, not a raccoon, but a raconteur, and he liked to call himself a community historian. There you can see some pictures of him on the top layer there, and on the bottom layer of pictures on the left and lower left-hand corner there, you'll see the autobiography, the memoir that he wrote when he was in his 80s, and then he followed that up with the book that's on the far right called Guidelines to Our Ancestors. And he was an amateur genealogist, and whenever he would go as a minister into a new community, his strategy was to find the story keepers in the community, the older folks who knew the background and could tell them some of the interesting anecdotes and so forth that were part of the local culture. He didn't use the word community historian, he liked the word community historian. I got interested in narrative theology when I was, and my sister too, by the way, you can see her picture there, Carol in the forefront of the second picture from the left. She's wrestled with polio since she was 8 years old. She's now 74 almost. And right below that picture, you can see the cover of the autobiography that she's working on as we speak, Coming Full Circle, Diaries of a Polio Survivor. My point is that it seems like I've come from a narratively oriented family. So it's no surprise that I'm interested in such things as narrative theology when I was in seminary 1,000 years ago. And then I practiced parish ministry with the United Church for about 11 years. And during that time, as one does in that very important role, I listened to lots of stories from lots of different people. And I realized the sheer power of stories, positively and negatively, to entertain us, to indoctrinate us, to integrate things in our lives and our experience, to motivate us, to enculturate us, to imprison us sometimes, imperil us, empower us, and inspire us. Stories are that kind of a powerful force, in my view. I've recently been in conversation with some wonderful folks in the state of Maine who are working on a project where they have traced the impact of the stories of people who've done courageous things in wartime and in disasters and so forth, how their stories of moral courage inspire other people to acts of moral courage. And so it goes in a ripple effect kind of way. So I grew gradually intrigued by the very concept of life as a story and all of the entailments that go with that: medical, plot, character, theme, setting, and so forth. I returned to university after those years in the parish and studied at the University of Toronto, and the thesis I ended up writing, which was far too long, but it's still a work that I continue to draw from. It is entitled The Stories We Are, an essay on self-creation. And I think that anything I've been doing since then is taking bits and pieces of that and trying to work with them and elaborate on them. The middle book there is called Reading Our Lives, The Poetics of Growing Old, which I had the good fortune to write with my colleague Elizabeth McKim, a recently retired professor of English at St. Thomas University, and then more recently, still working with these ideas, the narrative complexity of ordinary life, tales from the coffee shop. And I have to confess to you that I love this coffee, I know, but I'm used to Tim Hortons coffee. I don't know if they have Tim Hortons in Ontario. Is that a possibility? I do a lot of my homework and write things and so forth in Tim Hortons in Fredericton. And so I dedicate this presentation to the late Tim Horton, who is an Ontarian, correct? Yes. And there was the first Tim Hortons in Hamilton. Is it still there? Wonderful. Wonderful. Some more things about the story of my interest in story. So I grew interested in stories as key somehow to our identity. I'll be saying more about that. To the way we think and to life in general. And I had the wonderful fortune in 1995 of going to St. Thomas University as a visiting chair in gerontology. But as I was teaching courses in gerontology, I gently, quietly reacted to kind of maybe the dominance of the biomedical healthcare social policy paradigm, which is wonderful. We need that, of course. But I began to talk with my colleague Gary Kenyon and others about maybe there's another paradigm that we can work with. And I began to envision, given my work with stories in my dissertation, the idea of bringing a more literary or poetic paradigm to our understanding of what aging is. I've had the good fortune to teach a course called Narrative Gerontology for 23 years now, although this particular year, I'm starting to wonder if it's time to hang up my, to stop teaching the course. Because it just so happens, this particular group of students, I love them dearly, but whether it's the classroom that we're in, or the mood that they're in, or where they are in their life, I'm thinking maybe I'll teach it 2 years from now, rather than every year like I've been doing. And sometimes I think that, of course, the narrative gerontology works well with people our age, rather than people 19 and 20, for reasons that may become apparent. I've become interested in the connections between narrative and resilience in later life. Some of us have been working on a project where we have this hypothesis that the level of resilience which older adults bring to the challenges of aging is linked in some sort of direct way to the kinds of stories that they tell about their lives. If they have strong, thick stories, that may translate into higher scores on resilience scales, which is kind of what we're finding. More of that story at another time. I'm also encouraged by the spread of life writing groups. I'm sure there's lots of them here in Ontario, springing up all over the place where older adults are coming together, writing parts of their stories, reading those, sharing those with other people, and getting a positive buzz out of it all, even a therapeutic sort of benefit. And I'm just generally fascinated by the conceptual complexity and potential of what's been called the narrative root metaphor, and as I move into retirement myself in the coming year, actually I've already started a little bit, I'm hoping to articulate for myself and for nobody else what I'm calling a narrative theology of aging. And I certainly sense, and that's why I'm here today, the intense linkages between aging, spirituality, and narrative. Here, by the way, is a picture of one of my new best friends, Jean-Luc Garin. He's from, he lives in Shediac, New Brunswick, with his wife Stella, and he wrote his autobiography, which you can see the cover of right there, L'Acadie au bout de ma route. He was 82 or 83 when he completed that project. I met him at a small conference. He was beaming with pride and self-esteem in a nice kind of way, and invited me to come by his house, which I did finally just a few weeks ago, met his wife. And, but it's because of a group that he was involved in the Francophone world called J'écris ma vie. I'm writing my life. And I wonder if we have an organization like that in the Anglophone parts of our country. So I realize that I'm at a highly math, science, computer science oriented institution. So I'm taking a stab at some scientific sorts of things. Here's my Venn diagram for the day, all right? I see the relationship between spirituality, aging, and narrative as intimate and overlapping, and therefore the link between theology, gerontology, and what I would loosely call narratology, although that's not quite the right word. Here's another. I know you have some Nobel Prize winners in your group here at Waterloo. So here's S equals AN squared, where N, or narrative, is the constant. That's probably overstating it, but I hope you get the point. And then a pie chart. Quite proud of these, by the way. I'm very much a neophyte when it comes to anything to do with, sorry, sir. I'm a neophyte when it comes to PowerPoint, but I've been very proud of myself to figure out how to do this. So the first part of what we're talking about today is aging and spirituality. And I see sort of three big, shall we say, theoretical chunks: aging and spirituality, then spirituality and narrative, and then narrative and aging. Okay? But there is kind of a cyclical kind of relationship. So aging and spirituality. These are just a few of the books that are out there these days, not necessarily from the world of gerontology in the mainstream, but from folks like, for example, Thomas More, well known for his book Care of the Soul, has written a book called The Ageless Soul. Rabbi Schachter Shalomi has written a wonderful book back in the 90s, which I still look at frequently, From Aging to Saging, Aging in the Spiritual Journey. And in the second row, the bottom row, second from the left, is a book that my colleague Gary Kenyon, founder of the gerontology program at St. Thomas, or at STU, if you don't mind me using the acronym, that he wrote just recently called Pathways to Stillness. And he, like myself, is moving more and more in an applied direction. How do we take these wonderful ideas about narrative and narrative gerontology and express them in a way that can be of value to people living their lives? So just some general things. And there were a few here today who were present last evening at the Steinman Mennonite Church. We had a wonderful time at a great supper. Aging, I feel, is implicitly spiritual. We'll talk about that a bit more. Therefore, gerontology needs theology and vice versa. We know from research by George Koenig and other colleagues that that we can identify concrete differences for people in terms of longevity and healthy living who are actively and regularly involved in some sort of religious organization, church service, whatever their religion or spiritual tradition might be. They tend to live longer, tend to be healthier, and so forth. Not in all cases, but aging faces us with so-called perennial questions, and as I like to say, borrowing from the gerontologist Rick Moody, aging is a natural monastery. Don't get spooked out by this. That does look like a little bit of a scary place. It's actually a beautiful place in northeastern Spain called Montserrat. And I had a chance to be there a few years ago to visit as a tourist. So I want to start this segment on aging and spirituality with a quote from Care of the Soul by Thomas More. And it's this one: growing old is one of the ways that the soul, I won't try to define what the soul means, nudges itself into attention to the spiritual aspects of life. So this will be a bit repetitive for some of you present last evening, but I'll go through them a bit more quickly. So this is idea of aging nudging us, not forcing us, although sometimes it feels like we're being forced, nudging us to become more down to earth because of things like osteopenia, sarcopenia, kyphosis, and I think along with that, to become more grateful. Here's a picture of my mother, whom Jane mentioned earlier. She just turned 97 last week, and she just made the decision, of which she's very proud, to move from her senior-friendly apartment building to a more older adult-friendly retirement home, kind of like a Schlegel village. In fact, if I were here, I'd be signing her up for Schlegel Village, I'm sure, for one of the Schlegel villages. But Mother talks about how she's halfway in heaven already. I said, oh, Mother, okay, sounds a bit strange. Well, she says, because I feel here in the building where I live, I'm surrounded by so many angels. In other words, neighbors in the building who look out for her, who drop by, who phone her, who give her cookies, and she gives munchies back to them, and they have a wonderful relationship. Here's one of the angels that she interacts with regularly at the grocery store, Cindy on the right. And Mother loves hugs. I've never known her in my life to be such a hugging person, but she lives on hugs. They give her energy. She's getting a hug here from Cindy at Sobeys. Good Sobeys in...
Yes.
Great. With all due respect to Loblaws and those places. I think aging also nudges us to become more far-sighted, both literally and figuratively. Literally in the sense that it's easier for us to read things kind of out there at a distance, but figuratively in the sense that I think aging nudges us naturally to take what my dad used to call the long view. Now there are fancy scientific names for the actual condition of farsightedness called presbyopia and accommodation and so forth, but I think aging also nudges us to tolerate paradox and contradiction and ambiguity and the gray areas of life. And this tendency that comes along with age has been referred to by psychologists of aging as the capacity for more post-formal thinking, building on the work of Jean Piaget. My dad wanted to write a little book a few years before he died, at the age of 98, and he was very particular about the title. He said, I want to write something that will be of encouragement to other older people and younger people as they approach and maybe fear aging. And he says, I want to call it Accepting the Exigencies of Aging. I was very proud of him for doing that. There's a sense in which aging nudges us to go with the flow, all right, as opposed to fight, which people do, and that's okay, that's their prerogative. But I think aging also nudges us, and there's research that shows this, as you know, to be in better control of our emotions, and when we're in our teens, and everything is a drama of one sort or other. Better emotional regulation is the kind of sterile term. I think nudges us, aging does, to lighten up, to be a bit more gently ironic, and to see the positives. This has been referred to as the positivity bias by people like Laura Carstensen. The tendency to focus more on positive memories and positive emotions, not to rule out the negatives, but not to dwell on them so much. Aging nudges us to declutter. How many of you are considering transitioning? So the concept of downsizing and decluttering, which is a highly complex and emotionally charged process, I think that's something that aging naturally nudges us to do. When Dad was 98 living in Windsor Court, I was always struck and made me tearful a little bit at how little he needed and had and wanted in his little one-room apartment. He had a closet filled with black shirts and black pants because he was a retired minister, black shoes, 3 pairs of feet, only 1 pair of black shoes. And he had a few photographs. He had a little tiny TV on which he watched only the weather. So he would have been quite fascinated by today. Okay? But how little he really needed or wanted. You know, he was ready to let it go. Aging nudges us to turn inward, to become more reflective. I think we have people like Carl Jung backing us up in this regard. I remember going to visit a parishioner. I was called to visit this parishioner in Fredericton back in around 1987. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I wanted to do something else with my Saturday afternoon in the summer. But the phone call came from Mrs. Kane. She said, "Can you come quickly to the house? My husband's, he was in palliative care at home. Can you come quickly? I think this is it." Okay. So I knocked on the door, and I walked in. She immediately, Mrs. Kane, ushered me to the bedroom where he was there. And you know what he said to me? He said, "I'm ready to go." I thought, oh, okay, that's a great conversation starter. I don't know if you, those of you who work in palliative care, maybe you've had that kind of experience with some of your patients. Another parishioner who was quite a bit of a card, really, liked to joke around with me and everybody else. Went to visit him and his wife one day in their home in Fredericton, and I noticed that he was reading the Bible. And I hadn't really pegged him as a Bible reader too much. I didn't want to judge or anything, but I said, "Jim, I noticed you got the Bible." "Yeah," he says, "I'm cramming for my finals." So I think aging nudges us to tackle what has been called by Rabbi Shachter Shalomi the philosophic homework of later life. And I think, I love that phrase, the philosophic homework, but are we prepared? Are we equipped as congregations, as communities, to help our older adult members to tackle that philosophic homework? Now, I don't know exactly what Rabbi Shachter Shalomi meant by philosophic homework, but it triggers a lot of thoughts for me. And lastly, on this, how aging nudges us to reminisce, particularly, I think, to do that particularly important kind of reminiscence that's been called integrative reminiscence, or, if you will, aging nudges us to pull ourselves together. In fact, people say, "Pull yourself together." Well, I think aging itself nudges us to pull all the bits and pieces and parts together. A wonderful quote I'll show you in a second here. To step back, to take stock, and to engage in what Eric Erickson and others, Robert Butler, call life review, a very, very important process to engage in. Autobiographical reasoning, autobiographical learning, that's also something that aging nudges us, I feel, to do. Whether we respond to that nudge or know how to respond is another question. Aging nudges us to deal with the developmental, the unfinished developmental business. I'll say a bit more about that later in the day. To make peace with our past, prepare for our future, identify our unique legacy and wisdom, express and explore our unique story, which is a key part of why we're here today. And I'll be saying lots about that. And maybe also to grow into the role of spiritual elder. I'm really excited to hear about how the concept of eldering, which is front and center in our First Nations communities, very much ingrained in their tradition. And it's broadly catching on. We need to have eldering institutes, elderhood workshops, and I hope that I can be involved with you folks in the future as we all move forward in that direction of making eldering a priority. And aging, lastly, I'm going to say, nudges us to experience the fine line between self and other, between past and future, and between life, death, and beyond. This notion has been captured by the concept coined by the Swedish gerontologist Lars Tornstam called gerotranscendence. An example of this would be my friend Dolores Furlong, who's a professor of nursing at the University of New Brunswick and has been a member of our Center for Interdisciplinary Research on Narrative, or CERN, not to be confused with that place in Switzerland where they bang atoms together and produce more Nobel Prizes. Dolores Furlong looked after her mother while her mother was in her 90s and still living at home. And she tells the story about one morning after she would go into her mother's room at night, make sure her mother was tucked in and comfortable. The next morning she would go in and ask her mother, what kind of a sleep did you have? This one particular morning, she asked her mom, what kind of a sleep did you have? And her mother, with a glowing look on her face, said, oh, Dolores, dear, I was dancing all night long with your father. She was from Newfoundland, so she would say father. And the father, Dolores' father, was long since gone, but in Loretta's mind, 95-year-old Loretta's mind, and the dream and whatever she was experiencing, she was halfway in that other world. And I like to cite that as I don't think that she was deluded, I think she was on the boundary. Zero transcendence in action, that's my theory and I'm sticking to it. I love this quotation from a wonderful book, which I hope is on everybody's reading list here, by Florida Scott Maxwell, called The Measure of My Days, which she wrote in her 80s while she was living in some kind of an assisted care facility. And it's her journal, basically. It's filled with all kinds of gems, such as this one. She says, you need only claim the events of your life to make yourself yours. That's that integrative reminiscence. When you truly possess, pull yourself together, when you truly possess all you've been and done, which may take some time, you're fierce with reality. Fierce with reality. When at last age has assembled you together, will it not be easier to let it all go? Live, balance, over. Now it's a question mark, so she's not saying it's an automatic thing, but she's hoping that this is her experience and others' experience as she goes forward in her own aging process. I love that quotation. Oh, I've got a couple more things I forgot. Aging and spirituality nudges us to become more ourselves. I heard this. Someone said, oh, you know, as we get older, we become more ourselves. So I went home one day, or went to see my mother. And I said, Mother, I heard an interesting expression that as we get older, we become more ourselves. And my mother, who's not normally given to philosophic sort of rumination, said, ah, yes. She knew instinctively what that meant. And she has, I would say, become more herself. Now that she's no longer tied to the role of being a minister's wife, there's been some freedom going, I think, for her. I could say more about that, but I won't. Growing old nudges us to, aging nudges us to grow old and not just get old, if you catch the difference there. The journalist, or the journal keeper, May Sarkin, talks about growing old or withering. And she chooses growing. I think that you could say that aging nudges us to develop more mature forms of faith, and I'm thinking here of the work of pioneering thinkers like James Fowler, to upgrade our concept of God and our whole structure of belief. That's a whole talk in itself. To accept our place in the great chain of being, and this is where the genealogical urge that people like my dad really had, and more intensively as the years wore on, understanding his place in the bigger picture. The Randalls, the Roberts, the Rings, all the families that were part of his genetic background, and therefore ours as a family. This was almost like a holy quest for him. And Dad was offered a chance to have a computer brought into the house, or the apartment, so that he could learn how to access Ancestry.com and all this kind of stuff. And he said, okay, I'll give it a try. And so we brought in a used computer, which worked well enough, and showed him how to press this button and this key, and to move the cursor around here and there and so forth. And he was already in his 80s. He said, get it out of here, get it out of here. I mean, the genealogical urge was something that he would satisfy on his own, thank you very much. He didn't need to go, because he felt stupid. He felt stupid trying to work a computer when he knew everybody else and their dog could do it just like crazy all the time. I think aging, you could say, nudges us to accept our place in the great chain of being, to see our life in a vaster, more cosmic context, to come full circle. I had an experience of this, recently. One of the things that was left behind when my dad passed away were various things that he had ordered from Publishers Clearinghouse. He was kind of addicted to that, I think. But one of the things he ordered was a CD called Our Daily Bread, which is the title of a little devotional book that many people use. And this Our Daily Bread CD consisted of old hymns like Abide With Me, and Faith of Our Fathers, This Is My Father's World, and all kinds of wonderful old-timers that we don't sing so much anymore because of the language, perhaps. But the musicians had taken these wonderful songs and festooned them with kind of riffs going off in different directions. It was beautiful guitar work. I tried to play guitar some. There was piano and there was violin and so forth. And I started listening to these on my car radio, and it took me back and yet forward at the same time to a refreshed kind of spiritual thing. I couldn't explain it, but I'd be driving along, tears coming down my eyes. You know, it was like a piece of jazz takes a familiar old tune and then builds on it and goes off in different directions, and then comes back at the end to the same old tune. And you feel like you've been taken on a complex journey, like life itself takes you on. So I really think that there is something to return to our roots, or maybe go beyond our roots, to go deeper into our home tradition or beyond it. My good friend Quran Khurshid, who's a Muslim, and I think of him as my spiritual brother in Fredericton. Dad got to meet him and thought, oh, I really like Quran. He's such a nice man. You say he's a Muslim? Yeah. I want to learn more about Islam. Great. So I would bring Dad books and articles and so on and so forth. He didn't read them thoroughly, but he was trying to understand kind of a different spiritual tradition that he felt some connection with, because he knew Quran. And Quran was a great God. So I thought this was wonderful that my dad, in his 90s, was still growing and expanding spiritually, expanding our spiritual horizon overall. So that's really, quite quickly, what I wanted to say on the first leg of the journey today, about aging and spirituality. So if you're ready, and you're not falling asleep, and you're not too warm, is it warm in here? Are we doing okay? It's warm. Is it right? Because I'm spewing out lots of hot air, and that's not helping. So the next part of the pie, spirituality and narrative. Well, this is a really fascinating area, I think. And gosh, I'm very, very aware and very humbled by what's going on here at this college, this university, with the Research Institute stream on spirituality. I do not pretend to be able to define what spirituality is, but I do tend to see it as a complex process, a complex matter, and in some respects maybe broader than religion. Not all people who are religious are necessarily spiritual, and vice versa. And I can live with that quite fine. I think of spirituality as related to meaning-making, existential meaning-making, if you will. And coincidentally, narrative is one of the key means that we human beings have for making meaning. Not the only way that we have of making meaning, but a key means. I have squirrels that come to my bird feeder on a regular basis, and they wake up a little later than the chickadees. So when they wake up, they make the beeline for the feeders, and they chow down, and I have to say, "Ow!" I don't know what goes on in a squirrel's head. And if I start figuring that out, then you better ask me to leave. I don't know, but I don't speak squirrel language. But I wonder, do squirrels spend a lot of time reflecting upon their day, thinking about what they're going to do in the evening? Do they do life reviews when they get older? I don't think so, but then I don't know. But we do. That's one of the unique things about us as language beings, as narrative beings. That's a key way that we make meaning. So that means that storytelling itself is implicitly spiritual. I got some quotes that will, well, here's one right here. The very act of storytelling is by definition holy. James Carroll says in his book, The Communion of Sinners, we tell stories because we can't help it. We tell stories because they fill the silence death imposes, at start. We tell stories because they save us. I go to Tim Hortons a lot, as you know, and what do I hear a lot of but storytelling? Yeah, well, I went up there the other night, got the tractor fixed, and now I got to go in town and get my fishing equipment ready for going fishing next week there. Then my wife's brother's coming down. They're not really, gripping stories, but they're little narrative chunks, little narrative units, okay? About the past, about the present, about the future. That's what we do. And Tim Hortons and such places are bastions of storytelling. And there's a holiness going on there. I think that's what James Carroll's trying to say. And this one here, to enter another life story is to enter a holy space. I want to say a little bit more about Karen Scheib's work. She's down at MDiv in Atlanta. Here's a point I want to make, and maybe it's not terribly radical, but spirituality, whatever exactly it is and however exactly we define it, is experienced by us through and not despite our stories. When we enjoy a homily in church or a sermon at the chapel or whatever, and it really touches us, it's not necessarily because we are taken with the abstract doctrines that are being conveyed through the sermon or the homily, but probably because that speaks to us about something in our lives. It triggers memories or helps us to rethink important things going on in our lives, our stories. Okay? So there is, therefore, I think, a link, a close, intimate link between spiritual development and autobiographical development. There's an article that I've been dragging around, and I still have a copy of it with me here on this trip, called Autobiography as Spiritual Practice by John Stout. And I'm intrigued by that. But the very act of writing one's memoir or telling one's story about one's life is a spiritual process. We can probably explore that more as the day goes on. And in the same vein, spiritual traditions, we take them in, we absorb them sort of by osmosis, maybe less through abstract doctrines, as important as doctrines and teachings are, than via hymns, because they speak to us emotionally, through prayers, through metaphors and symbols and rituals and stories. The story of the person living in the house next door who said, I went to that Mennonite church for the first time last week, and I've never been to church for years, and what a wonderful experience I had. Oh? So you hear that, a neighbor's story, and you think, well, maybe I'll check it out next week with you. Okay? So we are drawn into spiritual experiences, oftentimes through the stories of others. In conservative evangelical sort of witnessing, you share your story about what you've been experiencing in your relationship with God, and it hopefully has a positive impact on the person you're sharing it with. Spiritual traditions provide sacred stories or meta-narratives, or I'm going to use the problematic term master narratives for a few minutes, for us to live by and to live within. This concept of sacred stories I got originally from many of you as well, perhaps, by a seminal article that came out in 1971 in the Journal of Religion, I think, by Stephen Kreitz, philosopher of religion at Wesleyan College, Trinity College, in Connecticut. I got to meet him, but what a sweet guy he was. He was his wife, who is a pastor with the Episcopalian Church. And he talked about spiritual traditions as providing sacred stories for us to live in and to live by. And unfortunately, we can't bring him here today to talk about that because he's moved on. Actually, if this doesn't seem like a terrible thing to do, I was quite proud of how this came out in the book that I wrote with Beth. So let me just bore you with it for a second. We do not meditate. We do not pray. We do not have mystical awakenings except in reference, sooner or later, to our own story. In listening to a sermon, what moves us most is what the speaker's words illuminate about our particular life situation, our peculiar accumulation of memories and experiences. Insofar as the spiritual journey is an inward journey, it is the journey into story, our story. We take that journey through our story and not despite it. That kind of says it. Says what I'm trying to get across to you. So let's talk a little bit about spiritual traditions as meta-narratives or master narratives within which we live and move and have our being. These are symbols of some of our most time-honored, ancient spiritual traditions, but I couldn't actually identify all of the symbols. I wonder if maybe some of you could help me with that. This is not a vision test like you get when you go to the optometrist, but on the bottom, I know we have the Star of David on the top left, but what's the bottom left one? Pardon me? That's Wicca? Okay. And the next one? To the right of it? I maybe shouldn't have shared these with you because I got them off the internet, all right? You type in symbols of world religions. This is what I got. Okay? One on the far right. Anyway, the point is that these are representative of the major traditions that our world has known, okay? So what about them? Well, and I'm hesitant to use that term master narrative because it carries with it a lot of authoritarian and paternalistic sort of connotations, but meta-narrative, if you will, could work just as well. I'm thinking here particularly in terms of Christianity because that's the tradition that I have been shaped by and most identify with. So the first thing I want to say is that spiritual traditions as master narratives are taught typically and absorbed, they're sort of taken in by osmosis, often quite early in life, for better or worse. Because the master narratives of a particular tradition can be wonderful sources of freedom and liberation and growth for us, or they don't necessarily work that way in some cases. They become part of, and this I guess assumes people who have been shaped from an early age in some sort of spiritual tradition, because many people aren't necessarily nowadays. Okay? We have to acknowledge that. But insofar as they are taught or taken in early, they become part of what my colleague and narrative friend Mark Freeman calls the narrative unconscious. The narrative unconscious, which is kind of halfway between plain old unconscious and historical consciousness and so forth. It's like the layers and layers and layers and layers of stories that shape who we are. I had a wonderful conversation with some colleagues in Finland earlier in the summer. We had a summer in New Brunswick. I'm not sure if you had a summer here. And we were talking about what it was like to grow up as a Finnish person, where you had the complex history of Finland in relationship to the Russians, in relationship to the Swedes, anyway, I got the sense that the people I was talking to were maybe particularly narratively alive, were very, very much aware of all the layers of stories of the communities and cultures and so forth that on which their own lives, in which their own lives, their own stories are rooted. But the master narratives of spiritual traditions are structures for meaning. They're kind of ready-made structures for meaning and for morality and for coherence. They provide answers or a set of answers to the perennial questions that we face in life, like where have we come from, why are we here, where are we going. They provide, and these are narrative terms I'm throwing out that you'll find in other narrative writings, particularly in the field of narrative psychology. They provide narrative templates for us to interpret and to talk about ourselves, other people, life in general, the world, and they offer narrative resources that we can adopt, adapt, combined in all kinds of idiosyncratic ways. This is probably the thickest part of the morning, folks, so bear with me. The coffee is so close you can almost taste it. I'm already tasting it, but you'll get to taste more of it. I think of spiritual traditions as constituting narrative environments that we live within. I was so pleased, I felt so welcomed last night at Steinman Mennonite Church in Baden. Is it Baden or New Baden? Sorry. I felt so welcome. I felt the narrative environment of that church, and it was beside the pastor, which was probably really good. But I got a sense of the camaraderie and the closeness that people feel, I think, in that congregation. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to go home and become a Mennonite. I don't know if you're still taking new members, or... but, you know, the church congregation that you might be is a narrative environment, which is part of the larger narrative environment of the tradition that you're part of, be it Mennonitism, United Churchism, Anglicanism, Roman Catholicism, etc. Okay? They offer us overarching accounts of the world and of ourselves within it, and they can be, and this is a cautionary note, they can be experienced by us as either astonishing resources or imprisoning structures. And maybe at different points in our lives, they are, at some stages, they're astonishing resources, and then they start to feel like imprisoning structures, and then they later on become, I think when I began to hear those hymns played for me again by those wonderful musicians on that CD that my dad had, I began to see, wow, my own Christian tradition, broad as it is there's an amazing set of astonishing resources for me to draw on and to keep growing old. But also, as we know, and we have, I'm sure courses here at this institution on the history of religion and the history of Christianity, and we know full well that Christianity's story is filled with all kinds of counter stories and competing stories and conflicting stories. There are all kinds of versions and versions within versions of supposedly the one master story of the master narrative of Christianity. And that's great, that's lively and so forth. But I think perhaps for many of the baby boomers that Dr. Kiefer was studying in her dissertation, there's a tendency for us then to view the grand meta-narratives of the spiritual traditions that we've been brought up with in kind of an ironic way. And maybe we feel more empowered to draw from them eclectically, in particularly a postmodern age, and sort of a do-it-yourself approach to spirituality. I think you might have even used that term, or one of your participants did. For example, you know, I'm deeply moved by and feel grounded in the Christian world, but I'm also inspired by First Nations spirituality that appreciates, and you mentioned this in your opening remarks, Jane, about our place in the midst of nature, part of God's, the great Creator's world. And I mean, there are concepts in Buddhism that I found myself drawn to and heartened by and enlightened by. And so the story goes. And I think this is there is a freedom, if you will, that many of us feel in a so-called postmodern age to draw from the astonishing resources of not just our own, but of other traditions and fit them together in ways that are unique to us. You've got a book on your shelf, Gene, I noticed it. Another book by Thomas More. It's not The Ageless Soul, but it's Religion, what's the title of it? Religion of Your Own Making?
Own Making.
Yeah, which sounds a bit ooh, but that's kind of, I haven't read the book yet, so I don't know, but, and the master narratives or meta-narratives of the spiritual traditions that are swirling around in our world, they intersect inside us with other master narratives. Particularly, for example, the grand story of science. Now here I am in a university that has Nobel Prize winners coming out every day, and science, capital S, is a powerful, powerful way of understanding who we are and how we are in the world. But it too, you could say, is a narrative process. and has its own unfolding story, as captured by this quotation from an author named Lynn McTaggart. I don't know if you know of her work. This is one of her books called The Field, which I have read and reread, and she's not a scientist, granted, per se, but she draws from scientific discoveries and so forth that are kind of on the fringes, perhaps, of mainstream physics and cosmology and so forth. But in the preface to this wonderful book, she says, we tell ourselves stories in order to live, but of all our stories, it's the scientific ones, she suggests, that most define us. I'm not sure I totally agree with that, but she's making a point. Those stories, she says, create our perception of the universe and how it operates, and from this we shape all of our societal structures. I think she's thinking here of the history that goes from Galileo to Newton to Einstein to Hawking, okay? There's an unfolding of our understanding in that sort of trajectory. Although we perceive science as an ultimate truth, she says, science is finally just a story told in installments. I don't know. I don't mean to be disrespectful to the world of science, but this is helpful for me. And one of my most favorite sources of wonder these days, and I was talking to one of you here last evening, are books written by scientists trying to explain complex scientific concepts in layman's language. Think of Paul Davies, God and the New Physics. He's also written a book called The Mind of God. There are a whole whack of science writers who are trying to make their concepts available and accessible. And that is wonderful for me. I don't understand the math at all, but I do find that restores my sense of wonder. And there's a wonderful quotation. We were talking about that last night. I don't have it in this presentation, but the astronomer Carl Sagan, in his book Contact, from which the movie was made, in that novel, one of the main characters who plays the part of a televangelist advising the president, interesting concept, and he's talking to Jodie Foster, the character played by Jodie Foster, who's the astronomer, the astronaut, and she's kind of a skeptic. And he says, you know, what was the expression? Do you have it there?
I do, yeah.
Thank you.
Any faith that admires truth, he says, any faith that strives to know God, must be brave enough to accommodate the universe. I mean the real universe. All those light years, all those worlds.
Thank you. It sends chills up my spine. So Carl Sagan was not a theologian, but he was expressing through the voice of that character perhaps some of his own implicit spiritual vision of things. And I find that when the world of science and the world of spirituality get closer together and not further apart. To me, that's so thrilling, exciting. What a wonderful university to be exploring those kinds of intersections. We're getting close to the end of this particular chunk, but not quite. So, I want to say finally a little bit about narrative theology. Now, the little bit that I'm going to say is really a little bit, and it's probably very outdated, because my last time of seriously reading the books and articles that were being called story theology and narrative theology goes back to the late 70s and the 80s, and I'm dying to get back to that world of narrative theological ideas as it's certainly advanced and grown since those days. But some of the things we might quickly say is that from the perspective of what's called narrative theology, the Bible itself, as well as being an astonishing resource and a powerful, powerful anchor, is a narrative quilt, all right, of myth and legend and chronicle and sordid biography and parable and dream. And I mean, when we had literary scholar par excellence, Northrop Frye, was alive. He wrote a book called The Bible as Literature. I think that was a very important book for many people. He wasn't dismissing the Bible as just literature. He was saying that it is also literature. And it is a complex literary quilt, if you will. So that's one insight that when I start to develop my narrative theology of aging a bit more, and by the way, I have a title for that, Open Stories, Open Lives, toward a narrative theology of aging. I'm not sure where that idea of openness comes from, but Dr. Kiefer and I, we share that, I think, and perhaps many of you. But openness. We'll talk more about narrative openness a little bit later. But another part of the narrative theology would be that we appreciate there are different macro stories at work within the Bible itself, within the Gospels themselves. And here I'm thinking of the work of Marcus Borg, who, in a way that I found very helpful, identified at least three sort of dominant storylines according to which people at the time and subsequently were understanding who Jesus was and the role that he was playing in our world, and so forth. I'm sure we have Marcus Borg scholars here who could critique my comment there, rightly so. Another insight would be that there are multiple versions of the so-called Christian story. We have the Roman Catholic version, but of course there's multiple versions within Roman Catholicism, the United Church of Canada, the Anglican Church, the Lutheran Church, the Mennonite Church, and so on and so forth. And the gospel story, and I say this as at one time a practicing preacher and pastor, is inevitably refracted through the stories of particular preachers or speakers, of particular denominations and congregations. When I was putting together the Sunday homily in the United Church of Canada congregation in Grebel, Saskatchewan, these were my early days of putting sermons together. I mean, it was a desperate process. But I was trying to pull from things going on in my own life that I thought could be thrown in that would be relevant and interesting and maybe funny. And I was trying to think about what was going on in the life of the congregation, what was going on in the broader church itself that we were hopefully being read, and definitely what was going on in the gospel passage that was a central piece of what my remarks were going to be about. So there was this configuration and combination of storylines that I was very mindful of in the task of preparing a sermon. So to believe, you could suggest, I would also say that, I need to add this to the list, as from a narrative theology perspective, and this is where spiritual direction, I think, comes in big time. God's self is experienced by us as not only character in our story with us, but co-author of that story with us. And the process of spiritual direction, insofar as I understand it, and I don't, is probably about helping the individual to understand how their world, their life, their story is being co-authored through the experiences of life and through their constant interactions with the divine. And I have a little quote later on today by Janet Ruffing, who explores the interface between spiritual direction and narrative. So you might say, this kind of corny pun going on here, that to believe is to align our story with the story. So those are kind of a convergence of versions, or a conversion. Okay? And I think here, my more fundamentalist days, where there was a definite line between not believing and believing. And it was like, you could cut it with a knife, going from one stage to the next. And in going to that next stage, it was like you were sort of aligning your life and what you understood in your life with the bigger story that you were learning about and getting grounded in through Christianity. I won't say more about that because I'm not sure where I'm going to go with that, but spirituality develops, I would think you could also say, by restoring toward ever more encompassing narratives of self, world, and God. I think of James Fowler in this regard. I think of Janet Ruffing. And lastly, on this point, our own stories can serve as sacred texts, or parables, if you will, that it behooves us to read as we get older. Part of our book, Reading Our Lives, we have a little segment on life stories as parabolic. And when I was writing that part, I was fascinated with the idea of parables, work of John Dominique Crossan on parables and so forth, and how our own life stories, our own autobiographies, if you will, are parabolic and open up for us. And the work of Sally Giselle. What's that book that she did a wonderful book years ago, back in the 70s, on metaphor and theology, and she talks about autobiography as definitely a spiritual process, but as our autobiographies themselves are parables of the full life that we're in fact trying to capture in the autobiography. I'm not sure where that can take us in chatting about it, but I'll leave it there for now. And before we get into the third big chunk, which is narrative and aging, I'm trying to link these three sort of groups of ideas. Maybe it's time, is it too soon?
Nope, I think we would have time for a question or two,
Oh,
and then
yes.
we should head for lunch.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yes. Thanks, Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. He's making everything work today. Yes, well, are your heads, your wheels turning? Yeah. Does anyone have a question that you would like to pose at this point?
I'm just wondering, when older people are, integrating their lives, telling their story, my experience is often that there's a hesitance to go deeper because there's a lot of pain in our stories and a lot of unfinished business and a lot of things that's hard to face, and almost later in life the stakes become higher. Recognizing that you've taken some wrong courses, you've alienated family members, you've alienated communities, and the question is how to, as a practitioner, how to gently help people go to those places, because stories can also be a distraction from reality. People tell themselves stories that are artificial stories or false stories to avoid the truth of their lives, and often the storytelling functions on that level, like repeating stories that don't get to significant spiritual issues, right? So that's just the question, how to help go to those deeper places when you're listening to someone's storytelling.
Well, I don't have an answer in a straightforward kind of way, but it's an excellent question. And as we move forward into the rest of the day, we may get some clues to that. But you folks are, in many cases, the experts. And my hunch from the sidelines would be that it's listening, and gently suggesting or inviting perhaps some other stories from an individual who, as you rightly suggest, might stick with stories that are tried and true, that they've told 100 times, but that are cover stories perhaps, or they're kind of front stories that don't let them or let other people get into what's going on, and all the hurts and all the guilt, shame, regret, all those powerful emotions that can cripple our ability to get quote unquote the whole story out. I don't actually think that the whole story is get outable for any of us. But so I'm just responding to that. So the next third piece of the pie is narrative and aging, which really sets the launching pad for what we're going to be doing the rest of the day. As we move in the afternoon, particularly into the more practical or applied end of things. I want to thank Ann Estill for a quotation that she shared with me during the break. It's from Frederick Buechner, and it goes like this. Let us read with open minds the book our life is writing and learn. Let us read with open minds the book our life is writing and learn. So I want to thank Anne for that. It's a great segue into what I'd like to share with you for a while now about narrative and aging. So I'd like to start with a quotation. This one is from a weird book called La Nausée or Nausea by Randall. I don't know if you've read, how many of you have read that book at some point? Okay. Anyway, I won't go into the detail. I'll just read this quotation because I think it's quite, and it's also interesting that Sartre as a philosopher chose novels and fiction to convey many of his philosophical ideas. So the boundary line between philosophy and fiction is not as sharp as you might think. In this case, a man or a person or whatever is always a teller of tales. He lives surrounded by his stories and the stories of others. He sees everything that happens to him through them, and he tries to live his life as if he were recounting it. That, to me, in a nutshell, sums up a lot of narrative psychology and narrative gerontology. The next quotation is from a English professor turned psychotherapist named William Bridges in his 1970-something book called Transitions, where he says, "We're like stories that are slowly unfolding according to our own inner theme and plot. Each person's life is a story that's telling itself in the living." The congruence of the stories we tell and the stories we are is one I take quite seriously. William Bridges also had another quotation in another part of that same book. He says, "To become a couple is to live implicitly in terms of the life story of another person, but it sometimes takes time to get our part down really well." But that speaks to the concept of co-authoring, which will come up a little later. And then lastly, there's little of greater importance to each of us than gaining a perspective on our own life story to find, clarify, and deepen meaning in the accumulated experience of a lifetime. That's a quotation from Jim Bieran and his colleague Donna Deutschman. Jim Bieran was a grand figure in the formation of gerontology as a discipline. And in his latter decades, he became fascinated with story and with something that he and others called biographical aging. And he started a particular type of intervention with older adults called guided autobiography. And some of you may have a sense of how that works. We'll talk about that a little later. Some more books on, no, what happened here? Hold on. I apologize if I get my slides a little mixed up in my going from one to the next. But I want to say to you that aging, and I won't try to define aging, but it's a multi-dimensional process, and also, and this is the point of this section, implicitly a narrative process. It's also other things too, but it is, I think, a narrative process. However, it's kind of widely perceived in physical and medical terms as a kind of a problem to be solved, kind of viewed in an outside-in sort of way. And we've been having conversations already this morning, and other people are nodding their heads at that kind of paradigm that seems to dominate our society. I have students in my gerontology program who tell other students in the university that they're taking a course in gerontology, and the response typically is, "What's that?" Because the word gerontology itself is not an everyday word. When they're explained, when they have to explain to them what gerontology means, the other students say, "Ooh, why would you want to take that? It sounds so depressing." So there's this idea that aging is automatically a downer, a narrative of decline. It's pretty firmly embedded in our present day society. That means for me that the complex emotional and cognitive inside of aging, if you will, is pretty much eclipsed, overlooked. And with it, topics like meaning and wisdom and spirituality, which is why I like to be a narrative gerontologist, because I think a narrative perspective, and I'm biased obviously, helps to open a conceptual space where these kind of subtler, more nuanced, less easily talked about, but also more positive dimensions of aging can come into view. For example, with respect to wisdom, I think wisdom can be viewed in many ways, but it is inseparable, I think, from self-understanding. And self-understanding, as I hope I'll show, is inseparable from from narrative understanding, okay? Because ourselves and our stories about ourselves are intricately entwined. But when wisdom is studied within gerontological circles, often the approach is a kind of a pragmatic one. Wisdom is understood as wise decision-making, which is definitely part of what wisdom is, but I don't think it's necessarily the whole story. And here is where I like the work of Ruth Ray, who was an English professor at Wayne State University in Detroit. And then she morphed into a gerontologist, and she wrote a wonderful book called Beyond Nostalgia, Life Writing Groups. What's it called? I can't read the subtitle of her book, but you'll see a picture of it shortly. Anyway, she has this to say, based upon her research, which is what she writes about in this book, Beyond Nostalgia. She became part of a life writing group of primarily older women in the Detroit area, some of them from inner city situations. And she was part of the group, but also doing research with the group, or on the group. And she began to get a different sense of what wisdom is. And this is one of the things that she says. She says, person is truly wise, because these women would come together and talk and read aloud to each other what they were writing about their lives, and then have conversation. And she said, Ruth Ray says, a person is truly wise when she's able to see life as an evolving story and to create some distance between self and story by reflecting on it from multiple perspectives. Wise people watch themselves tell life stories, learn from others' stories, and intervene in their own narrative processes to allow for change by admitting new stories and interpretations into their repertoire. You can have a whole conversation, a whole seminar just on that, which is why I choose these quotations, because they're conversation starters more than conversation stoppers. So here are some books that have come out looking at the confluence of narrative and aging. Her book, Beyond Nostalgia, was a book that my colleague Gary Kenyon co-edited back in 2001 called Narrative Gerontology. He and I did a couple of books together, Restoring Our Lives, Ordinary Wisdom. John Coons, the late John Coons at the University of Wisconsin, they have a real good cluster of folks interested in reminiscence in later life, and this great collection is called Transformational Reminiscence. On the lower left, a book called Hindsight by my colleague and friend Mark Freeman, who I'll say a bit more about, called Hindsight, The Promise and Peril of Looking Backward. Another book that we had a hand in producing called Storying Later Life, Narrative Gerontology by Kate Medeiros, who's down at the University of Miami, or Miami University in Ohio. Aging in Biography, which is one of Jim Sheeran's publications, and his book, one of his books on guided autobiography. So what is a narrative approach on aging? Well, a narrative approach on aging sees human beings as hermeneutical beings. Do you remember that word hermeneutics from your theology studies? It means that unlike squirrels, it shouldn't be unfair to squirrels, but we are meaning-making creatures. We are interpretive beings, and one of the main means, as already mentioned, that we have of making meaning is through stories. Stuff happens in our lives, and it's difficult to make sense of on our own, so we get together with somebody we really trust and say, well, I got to tell you what just happened to me. And we talk it out, and they help us to make sense by helping us to put narrative coherence on whatever the event or experience might have been. A narrative approach on aging sees lives as unfolding stories or literary texts that we're inside of, and I could point you to lots of sources that stress this idea. We are Joseph Gold, a bibliotherapist, and also I think a professor of English at Waterloo, right here. Okay, you're tired now. Ready? Okay. He wrote a book called The Story Species, another one called The Life Literature Connection, and So I like to think that we are, unlike squirrels and blue jays and other wonderful creatures, we are, rightly or wrongly, the story species equipped with the literary mind. That's the title of a book by an English professor turned psycholinguistic whatever, Mark Turner, in his book called The Literary Mind. A very interesting but difficult to get through book that explores the way in which our minds are set up to think in terms of and to tell stories. So the narrative impulse, others besides me could attest to how the narrative impulse seems to be hardwired into our brains themselves. Antonio Damasio is one of the voices that is pushing this kind of idea, and I tend to like it. I like the term narrative knowing, which actually is the title of a wonderful book, if you want to plow into the world of narrative psychology, written in 1988 by Donald Polkinghorne, Narrative Knowing in the Human Science, which is a masterful text that kind of gives you the overview of the field, not just of literature, but also of psychology and of psychotherapy, and shows how narrative knowing is just integral to how we operate. Narrative thought is another term, and I was talking to someone over the break about the work of Jerome Bruner. Jerome Bruner also just recently passed away at the age of 100. It's kind of like Jerome Bruner is to psychology what James Beeren was to psychology, or to gerontology. Jerome Bruner wrote a very thought-provoking article. He had helped to start the Center for Cognitive Science at Harvard University. And then a few decades after that, he began to think in a restless sort of way, there's other kinds of thinking that we need to understand. And he wrote a chapter called Two Modes of Thought. And he said there are really two dominant ways of thinking that we human beings do. One is logical thinking or paradigmatic thinking, which is what we prize in science and philosophy and so forth, and critical thinking, very, very important. But he says there's another kind of thinking that we humans do that we don't understand very well, and he called that narrative thought. It's the capacity to tell stories about ourselves, about things going on in our lives, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we look gratefully to Jerome Bruner for giving us this concept of narrative thought. I've talked about narrative intelligence, some things I've done, as one of the different types of intelligences that we have. If you're familiar with Howard Gardner's work on frames of mind, multiple intelligences, I say let's add narrative intelligence definitely to the list. Because how could we function? How could we function in a day-to-day way without being able to craft stories about what's going on in our lives, our families, relationships, and so forth? So we're continually, I would say, this is me, storying the stuff of our lives, but not all of it. There's a lot of stuff that happens, it's like water under the bridge. And this leads me to think in a weird sort of way about how many of the episodic or autobiographical memories that are central to our sense of identity are in fact kind of anomalies. They're stories about things that have happened to us or that we've experienced or whatever that we can't forget. But all the stuff that is just kind of ordinary yada 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 stuff tends to just flow underneath the bridge. Which is interesting because if our sense of identity is built on these anomalous sort of memories or stories, it opens up a different way of thinking about identity. I can't go there any further because it's just a thought that I had. I love the phrase by the writer Carolyn Miss. Our bodies, she says, are living history books. The point being that our stories are embodied and our bodies are storied. And so biographical aging and biological aging are entwined, if you want to put it that way. And then my last little point on this slide is that, you know how we say, oh, he lives in his own little world. Well, we all live, you might say, in our own little world, our own little story world. And when you get to know somebody, it's getting to know their story, yes, the facts of their life, but also their story world. And story world is a concept that's used in narratological circles and literary theory circles to talk about how when a novelist like Faulkner or Atwood or whoever it might be writes a novel, they are creating a whole story world. And as a reader, we enter into that world and we are on some level changed or transformed by that world. So people have story worlds. We live in our own. It's been said that the author Graham Greene, I don't know if anybody has read, anyone has read the work of Graham Greene, but I've read quite a bit of this stuff in days gone by. And it was said of him once that every time you open up a new novel or short story by Graham Greene, you're entering Greenland. I mean, that's what writers do. They set their reputation on creating certain types of story worlds that we become used to and want to read again and again. I love to read the Hardy Boys. The story world, very complex, many layers story world, multiple meanings of Frank and Joe Hardy. I love the story world, and each book I would open up took me into that wonderful Hardy world. Which I think is partly why we engage quite naturally in what I call story talk. I mean, you think of the last conversation that you had, probably wasn't very long ago, where somebody said, oh, that's the story of my life. Or they said, oh, it's the same old story. Or, you know what? I'm starting a new relationship, and it's like feels like a new chapter. I'm opening up. Turn the page, turning over a new leaf. Or, you know, someone shares with you what's going on in their lives, and the plot thickens. We use these expressions a lot. I'm not sure if we use them in other languages besides English. Or we might describe somebody as a drama queen, or someone as a legend in his own mind, certain politicians. We're on the same page. Can you think of some other expressions that have a story sort of metaphor connection that we, pardon me? Bookends, yeah, it's like bookends, yeah. Or I could really read that person quite well, you know. I don't want to make too much of this, but that story language is ubiquitous, I think. And when I talk to my francophone, yeah, l'histoire de ma vie, you know, it's a common expression. And so a few more things about a narrative approach to aging. It sees narrative as underlying our emotions and our relationships and our beliefs. And I think the narrative complexity of our emotions is really intriguing to think about. And I like to say, sort of in a dumb kind of manner, you know, if we're sad or mad or glad, it's probably because we're sad or mad or glad about something, and that something has a story to it, and if we can get the story out to somebody who's willing to help us work it through, we might not feel quite so sad or mad or glad. You know? So the narrative complexity of our emotional lives, I think, is an interesting frontier for us to be exploring in the psychology of aging. And I know there's some, the emotional dimension of aging, in my experience, hasn't been looked at as much as other aspects of aging, like physical aging and so forth. I think it's a really fascinating area, because as we get older, I think you could say we become more emotionally complex and multi-layered. So a narrative perspective, what happened here? I apologize for that. From a narrative perspective, we are immersed in and shaped by stories every minute of every day. When I got home to the wonderful place I was staying at St. Paul's College, big screen TV, just exactly what I needed at the end of the day. So I'm flicking channels, and I was trying to find what's happening in CNN. Love CBC and so forth, but I wanted to see what was going on with the Mueller investigation. Yeah. And the language of the news is all about story. Our top story tonight is, for more on this story we go to, you know, and nobody ever says at the beginning of a news broadcast, for the purposes of this broadcast, we will assume that a story means an event or whatever. The language of story is so much part of the journalistic field, at least as we experience it on television and so forth and the radio news. But here's the crazy notion that I want us to be playing with, that our lives are messy, multi-layered, quasi-literary texts or stories or novels, as Grebel might say, that we compose from within as simultaneously author or co-author, narrator, protagonist, editor, and reader, kind of all at once. That's the weird notion that I play around with when I talk about the novelty of our lives. We're in the middle of our own stories. And this was brought out by the quote from William Bridges, that our lives are like unfolding stories with their own themes and plots and so forth. You don't have to agree with me, I'm just spewing out what I think is kind of important. And we each therefore have our own unique storying style. When you open up a novel by Margaret Atwood, yes, you are brought into a particular story world, but she has a particular style of telling stories. And we probably each have particular styles of telling stories. I know my dad, when he was alive, I realized this quite late in my interactions with him, that he had a particular way of telling stories about his life. And the way in which he would tell stories about his life were always to position himself as the smart kid. The one who knew how to deal with the bully when all the other kids didn't know how to deal with the bully. And he was the one that was able to get on good terms with the teacher or his mom. And he would tell them in nice, warm, not boastful, bragging kinds of ways, but always he was portraying himself as a protagonist who kind of knew things and knew how to get things done and so forth. And I think this was a huge part of Dad's self-esteem. And I don't begrudge him that. I think that helped him to maybe live an extra number of years. But I began to notice that the way I tell stories about my life is just the opposite. My storying style often is I'll portray myself as the kind of the chump, or the fool, or the person who is not made fun of, but I end up kind of looking a little stupid. And I'm beginning to wonder, what's that all about? And how deep-rooted is that storying style in who I am and how I interact with the world? I don't know if you can think about storying style in relationship to your own life or to people close to you in your own life. And then the last little point on this slide I want to talk about is how we are many stories and not, of course, just one. In fact, it's questionable if we are one story. So we're certainly many stories. There's many stories in our libraries, to use that metaphor from Alex Haley's quotation. We each have short stories. Like the story of how we got home from the Steinman church last night, okay? It may not be a particularly exciting story, or it might be an exciting story, I don't know. Or the story about what we did last week with our family. So then there's a long story about the first marriage. Where do I begin? Right? In our libraries, we have some plots that we can tell about that particular aspect of our lives that's been part of our lives since we were kids. And then we can tell stories about particular chapters. We have stories about the past, we also have stories about the future. You're sitting here right now weaving a storyline about what you're going to do when you at last get out of here and get home to your Friday evening and your weekend, okay, and what you're going to have for supper. We have if-only stories and might-have-been stories. We have fuzzy stories and very focused ones. We have surface stories and we have deeper stories that maybe we don't know how to tell. We have general stories and specific stories. We have big stories about our life as a whole, and we have lots of small stories. We have stories about what actually took place and stories about possible things that we might do. Okay? Possible selves, possible lives. Public stories, private stories, tellable stories, and we all have untellable stories, probably, or untold stories, or stories we don't know how to tell. Secret stories, and what I like to call signature stories. Stories that we quite easily come up with because those stories sort of, in a sense, present a side of ourselves to other people that we want them to know about us. And I have to tell you quickly one of my signature stories, and it might get you thinking about some of yours. I think we all have a collection of these self-defining memories or nuclear episodes. Those are other terms that you could use. But one of my signature stories is that when I was 2 years of age, I had polio and I was in an iron lung for 2 weeks in St. John General Hospital. And not much of a story. It's kind of the start of a very exciting story, I'm sure. But I told that little narrative bit on lots and lots of occasions over my life, up until a while back, to get some sympathy, or maybe to get some attention over the punch bowl at a party. Yeah, I was in an iron lung. You were in an iron lung and you were, wow, only 2 years of age? Well, what are you going to do? So that signature story, not much to it, but it's something that I kind of want to get out, or used to want to get out, until a few years ago, well, not so many few years ago, well, 20 years ago. I was home from Toronto, living in Toronto, not Toronto, but Toronto. And I was visiting my parents, and I was very conscious that they were aging. So we were sitting at beside the lake at our little cottage on Harvey Lake, and having a glass of fruit juice or something more powerful than that. And it was a wonderful afternoon, and I wanted to sort of connect with them in a way that I hadn't been doing because I'd been living in Toronto. So I said, you know, Mom and Dad, I just wanted to thank you. You know, it must have been so difficult for you. And, you know, my sisters had polio, I had polio, and we were, you know, there were medical bills coming in and all that. Yeah, that was a really, really tough time for our family, for our marriage. And then I was in, and I said, it must have been tough for you when I was in an iron lung for 2 weeks. My mother goes, what? Yeah, I was in the iron lung, you know, and then they're saying to me, you were never in an iron lung. Where did you get that idea? So I began to think, well, somebody's suffering from false memory syndrome. Until later that afternoon, that same day, we were watching television, and they were imploding the St. John General Hospital to build a newer, better one. And Mother was in tears because that was where she had us kids. She had some surgery, and but she wasn't thinking iron lung. I was thinking that that building is being imploded, and if there are any records there to prove that I was they're going to be destroyed. So it turns out I was wrong, and they were right. So I can't tell that story anymore, except in this form now. It's a story about stories. You know, the wind gets taken out of your narrative sails really pretty quickly as parents like I have. So I just want to leave you with the point that we have a lot of narrative material in our personal library. And when you're interacting with somebody, in whatever their situation, or your situation as their pastor, counselor, whatever, there's all kinds of stories that are there that could come out. So a narrative gerontology sees later life as demanding more storytelling work. And this point here comes from some research by narrative psychologist Jennifer Powles, who argues that the negative events in our lives, the difficult events in our lives, do tend to require of us more storytelling work. Okay? If you go through a breakup in a relationship, you've got to tell your friend, you've got to tell your therapist, you've got to tell somebody what's going on to make sense of it. Happy things maybe don't tend to take so much storytelling work. I think aging itself, the whole process, demands more storytelling work, which is partly why I think later life is what has been called the narrative phase par excellence. A narrative perspective sees later life as increasing our need for meaning. Sometimes has described the crisis of later life is, if there is a crisis, as not an identity crisis so much as a crisis of meaning. Now that I'm no longer an employee, now that I'm no longer a hands-on mom or dad or whatever, what am I, okay? That suggests, I had a chap who used to be the principal of a community college in Fredericton, and we'd asked him to come and speak about the aging experience as a retiree. And he came to my university to kind of get prepped for what he was going to say. So I said, how are you doing? How are you liking retirement, George? He said, he says, I don't like it at all. He says, I'm having a really hard time. And then he proceeded to talk about the late life crisis, he said, that he was going through. I thought, late life crisis. Okay, crisis of meaning, perhaps? So I think aging, you could say, accelerates the autobiographical impulse, due partly to changes in our brains themselves. Gene Cohen, the gerontologist, medical doctor, talks about how better cooperation between our left hemisphere and right hemisphere does contribute to an impulse to and a capacity to get the whole story together, to work on our autobiography in some way. It invites narrative thought, to quote Bruner, maybe more than logical thought, I don't know. It invites us to forge a thicker, richer self-narrative, or what I call a good, strong story, as perhaps a key to resilience. It pushes us to tell and to read our unique life story, and maybe overall is the narrative phase, as my friend Mark Friedman puts it. But also, a narrative gerontology sees later life itself as having unique developmental tasks that are mainly narrative in nature. And I'll be saying more about that starting before the lunchtime, but continuing after lunchtime. So when you're 2 years of age, your developmental tasks are to start walking and talking, okay? When you're 13 and 14 and 15, your developmental tasks are to deal with the hormones that are raging through you and sort all that out. And when you're in your 20s or whatever, the developmental tasks typically are to form some kind of a partnership or start a family and so on and so forth. But later life has its own developmental tasks which don't maybe tend to be talked about quite so much. And I think many of them are narrative or spiritual tasks. And I use those two terms kind of interchangeably. So this leads me to a quotation that I find very helpful as a starting point in talking about narrative and aging. And that is from the psychologist Dan McAdams, who operates out of Northwestern University. Would be a great resource person to have come along sometime, perhaps. He says, thinking about Erik Erikson's concept of identity, McAdams says identity is a life story. And he defines that as an internalized and evolving narrative, or elsewhere it says personal myth that provides a life with a sense of unity, meaning, and purpose. When somebody asks you, Josie, tell me about yourself, just meeting you for the first time. Josie might rattle off a bunch of statistics about her height, weight, age, or whatever, but she's more apt to say, well, I was born at a very young age, and I grew up wherever you grew up, and you give a little story, so to speak, because that's the way you understand, that's the way you know other people are going to understand what you mean by who you are. I mean, that's not a very good example. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Josie. Yeah. But the identity narrative or self-story connection is not a straightforward one by any means. Just have a look at the interesting work that has come out of the narrative psychology field. For one thing, there are many stories of self to tell and many selves to tell them. That's a quotation from Paul John Eakin, who writes quite insightfully about autobiography and narrative. There are gendered patterns, I believe you could argue, in how we story our lives. Here I refer to the work of psychologists like Robin Feidish at Emory University, who with her colleagues have done some really helpful research looking at how little girls tend to be socialized by their parents, typically their moms, to talk about the events in their little 2-year-old, 3-year-old lives. And they're more likely to be coached to talk in some detail about what actually happened, how they felt. Do you remember when we went to the zoo? Yeah, and what did the lion do? And how did you feel? So they're kind of coached to tell more elaborate sort of stories, and the memories are perhaps more apt to be ingrained in a narrative way. Whereas little boys, according to Fidish's research, are more likely to be socialized to stick to the facts. And now, if insofar as there's some truth to that, and Ruth Ray and Robin Fidish and others have argued as much, then as we move through the stages of life, perhaps it could be said that women tend to develop more complex, more layered, more nuanced, more multidimensional, emotionally laden stories about their lives, and men not so much. So when men reach the age of retirement, and these are the guys that I like to listen in on when I go to Tim Hortons, there are more limited topics of conversation, perhaps. Who's driving that truck out there? Is that an F-150? No, I think that's a GMC. Oh, Jack never bought GMCs. What's he doing with an F-150? Sorry, right? Perfectly wonderful kind of conversation. But you listen in on the women over the other side of the Tim Hortons shop, and they're talking about this and that, and relationships and so on and so on. So if there is some truth to this over the lifespan, might it be the case that men arrive in later life typically with thinner stories? And if there is some truth to that, maybe that's one reason why they don't live as long. There are other reasons too. I don't want to go any further because that's kind of dangerous territory, but it's interesting. Another thing to say is that our stories are entwined with other stories. This is the thing about narrative that bothers some people, that sounds like it's all about me, my story, my story. But the fact of the matter is that my story and your story and And her story and his story, they're all intertwined. If you're involved in a long-term intimate relationship where your story begins and your partner's story ends, it's impossible to say. Then it becomes a we story. There's my story, her story, or his story, and a we story. Which is why divorce and things like that can be difficult to untangle from a narrative perspective. A certain type of story about our life may relate to a certain type of life. And I know this is a kind of an odd thing to say, but there's a wonderful quotation, or a provocative quotation by Jean Houston, which basically says if we tell the same same sad, small story about our lives, we're going to be living the same sad, small life. I don't like the way she says that, but I think she's making a valid point, which is to simply say that stories are not innocent. That maybe we can live inside of quote-unquote bad stories, and that's, I don't say that, in a light kind of way. That our stories can become more or less stunted, perhaps, or dysfunctional, or dark, and this is why we have therapy, therapists, perhaps. Either way, this is dangerous territory too, but either way, I want to say that identity development, self-development, and narrative development continues all life long. Here's a quotation from one of our Canadian thinkers in the world of narrative. Some of you maybe have read his work. We had him actually a couple of years ago at our Narrative Center in St. Thomas as a public lecturer. He had just come out years before that with his book, Letting Stories Breathe, which I drag around with me all the time because there's so much in it. This is a comment that he made in the speech, which you can access, by the way, through the video version and the print version of his talk at St. Thomas, through our website, our St. Thomas website, and Narrative Works, which is a journal that we produce at St. Thomas. He says, stories are indispensable because they offer us imaginative conceptions of who we can be. Yet, stories are also profoundly limiting. The sense of self that we derive from stories can not only limit who we can be, it can also be dangerous to others. The problem then is to develop a form of practical wisdom that can guide us in choosing which stories we let into our lives and how we allow those stories to affect us. That's Arthur Frank. But it also reminds me of the writing by Canada's own Thomas King, who did the Massey Lectures a few years ago, and they were published as a book, The Truth About Stories, a Native Narrative. And he talks in a wonderfully ironic way about how we have to be careful about the stories that we hear and that we let into our lives. I'll let him say more about that when you invite him, and or Arthur Frank to come to your next event in June. So, can I just start, Jane, into this narrative thing on narrative development? So what we're doing here now, folks, we've got the three big chunks out of the way, all right? And now I'm kind of drilled down with you into narrative and aging. And I've got 4 or 5 concepts that I want to talk about: narrative development, narrative environment, narrative medicine, and narrative care. But narrative development, here's this chap, Jerome Bruner, whom I mentioned earlier, narrative thought versus logical thought. He says in a wonderful little essay, which I heartily encourage you to read, called Life as Narrative, 1987, says, we become the autobiographical narratives by which we, quote, tell about our lives. And then he says, I cannot imagine a more interesting project than one that addresses itself to the development of autobiography, how our way of telling about ourselves changes, and how these accounts come to take control of our ways of life. We could have another whole seminar, I think, just on that, whether we agree with that or not. There's lots there to play around with. This idea that our autobiographical accounts of ourselves develop and change over the lifespan is one I find very intriguing. It's particularly relevant to the aging process. Here are some pictures of moi. Upper left side, probably 5 years of age, I'm not sure exactly, because I have no memory of that day. But there it was. I'm not sure how well you can see that from where you sit. But I'm standing there, arms akimbo, in front of Al Knowlton's store on the main street of Harvey Station, New Brunswick, birthplace of Don Messer, by the way. And I don't know what, can you read the expression on my face there? What do you think's going on in this little gaffer's mind?
You're happy to be out of the iron lung.
That says it all right there. I don't think I was. I think I was a very good little boy, probably too good. And so I don't think I was having a tantrum. I want that chocolate bar. Because the look on my face is not really a smile, it's more of a grimace. And I'm wondering if I'm saying, I gotta pee. I'm not sure. But I'm wondering, what was the story about his little life, past, present, and future, that was going on in his little mind at that 5-year-old point? And then later on in the upper right, I'm at Creemore. This is Creemore, Ontario, just down the road. And I probably had a couple of Creemore Springs beer the night before, I don't know. But I'm there with my mother, who visited from New Brunswick, and my sister Donna, who was visiting from wherever she was living in Brantford at the time. So I'm almost half Ontarian. And I have the clerical collar on. And I have the poppy on, so it must have been around Remembrance Day. Now that was some 30 years ago now. And I'm wondering, from this point in my life, what was the story I had in my life that I was living in terms of at that point? And then this one on the bottom is more recent, 2003. My dad and mom were both alive. We were hanging out at my new house. And there I was, mustache, Bill. But that was 15 years ago. And where was I at, I'm wondering now, in terms of the story that I had about my past, my present, my future, where was I in my autobiographical development? Now, I've thrown this out because we could all produce pictures of ourselves at various stages of our lives and ask the same questions of ourselves. So, another thing I want to say then is that our stories are not static, but they're continually changing, thickening often, although maybe as we get very old, it could be argued that our stories start to thin in a natural and understandable kind of way. But our stories throughout the main decades of our lives continue to evolve. We get married, we get unmarried, we have kids, we have step-kids, whatever. We take on different jobs, and the plot thickens, okay? We're continually adding new episodes, new chapters, new subplots, and so forth. And here's an interesting point that has been made by the writer Charlotte Lind, not a gerontologist, she's more of a social linguist, I think. She's written a book called Life Stories. This is a quote from her book. She says, our stories are structurally and interpretively open. What does that mean? Well, among the things it means is that the real past in our lives is fixed. You can't change the fact that you were born in 1946 or 59 or whatever. You can't change the fact that you've got blue eyes. You can't change the fact that your sister passed away when she did. You can't change those fixed things. But you can change how you remember them and what you make of them. So the remembered past is fluid. New meanings can always be gleaned from old tales. And actually, that's from a title by Ruth Ray, an article that Ruth Ray wrote. I love this, which is the meaning of the past develops through life. In the same way that when you read a novel that you really, really like, that you really get into the story world of, the meaning and the meaningfulness that it has for you thickens and develops as you read from page 1 to page n. And we are so used to that in watching movies and reading novels that we forget that that's also happening in the stories, text novels that we are. Interesting thing is, though, we develop forward by reflecting backward. This is Mark Freeman's book, Hindsight, okay? Is that when we have those pauses in our lives and we start to look back on what's just happened during those 4 years that we were studying for our BA, or what just happened in the 10 years of that marriage that we were just getting out of, or what happened in some previous part of our life, we're making sense. We are able to move forward by looking back and making sense of what's happened before. Not rocket science, we all kind of know this, but it's kind of helpful to spell it out. So we're continually storing and restoring our identity, and therefore there is no intrinsic end to our narrative development. There is an intrinsic end, apparently, to our biological development. Right? Like 120 years or so, there was a woman in France named Jeanne Calment who lived to be 122. She outlived her lawyer, and there's a story about how They had bet something about or other about if he outlived her, then he would get some money. Well, she ended up outliving him, even though she was still smoking her cigarettes every day and drinking her 2-3 glasses of red wine. Maybe that's why she lasted so long. I don't know. So 122 years. I mean, you've got relatives that have gone past that. Some of us have relatives who are into their hundreds, and that's wonderful. But so biologically, there is a kind of a limit. But narratively, or biographically, or autobiographically, there is no limit. It's open. I guess that's what I wanted to say. Getting close to lunchtime, so I'll just leave you with a couple of quotes. One from Naysart. How many of you have read some of the journals or other pieces of writing by Naysart? I got turned on to Naysart in his book, The House by the Sea. And this is a quotation from that. I think it's from that book. She's written some other. She's almost more famous for her journals than her other writing, her novels and poems. I'm not sure, but anyway, she says in A House by the Sea, written when she had moved from New Hampshire to York, Maine, lived on the coast of Maine. She said the past, one day, is very reflective of the past, she said, is always changing. It's never static, never placed forever like a book on a shelf. As life goes on, it becomes more intense, she says, because there are tremendous numbers of associations and so many memories. You may have heard of a book that's by a psychologist, Why Time Speeds Up as We Age, by a Dutch psychologist, Louis Bedesma. And I think this is partly why our sense of time does tend to speed up as we get older, because there's so many memories, so many associations, and one conversation with Tim Hortons can trigger enough memories and associations to make you lose track of time. And this is my friend Mark Freeman. I love this. Another quotation that deserves a whole hour to chat about. Our lives are like richly ambiguous texts to be interpreted and understood, whose meanings are inexhaustible, whose mysterious existence ceaselessly calls forth the desire to know, whose readings cannot ever yield a final closure. We're going to talk about closure and foreclosure when we come back from lunch. Let's end with a poem, shall we? Oliver Wendell Holmes, The Chambered Nautilus. My father was a lover of poetry. He would recite poetry because when he was going to school as a kid, that's what you did. You learned poetry by heart. And he had little poems like, backward, turn backward of time in my flight, make me a boy again, just for tonight. But he could quote this poem as well. He'd also quote the Daffodil poem by Wordsworth. He'd love to quote that, recite that. But this one, build thee more stately mansions, O my soul, as the swift seasons roll. Leave thy low vaulted past, let each new temple nobler than the last shut thee from heaven with a dome more vast, till thou at length art free, leaving thine outgrown shell by life's unresting sea. I kind of put this in front of you because to me it's a sort of metaphor for narrative development. We outgrow versions of ourselves, maybe. And maybe therapists and counselors and good friends can help us do that, as we need them to do, help us. And each new chapter is like a different story world on some level. I don't know if that seems to make sense, but just before, there's this quotation from Donald Polkinghorne, whom I referenced earlier. The last little bit says, we are in the middle. This is from his book, Narrative Knowing the Human Sciences, a magisterial text. We are in the middle of our stories and cannot be sure how they will end. We are constantly having to revise the plot as new events are added to our lives. So keep that phrase, revise the plot, revising the plot in mind, because I'm going to come back to that when we talk about some of the narrative challenges that face us in later life, and the narrative care that can perhaps help us deal with those narrative challenges. Time for some questions and then some lunch.
My name is Martina, by the way. I'm wondering what the research shows about people who perhaps are unwilling or lacking the ability to discern their stories, the quality of their stories, or what they are continuing to rehearse. Because I do think in all of this, a certain level of discernment is necessary for everything you're describing. And I mean, my background is also in narrative medicine. So I work with story, but I realize one of the issues is the level of discernment. And I wonder what the research shows on that.
When you say discernment, do you mean discernment on the part of the patient in this case?
Yes, or anyone.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter whether it's the caregiver or the recipient. And any of us, right? Any of us in the population, because I think for people to gain insight, you need to have a particular level of discernment. And I wonder where in the research you can point me, Pat.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Martina, about particular research on that. I do have a colleague named Clyde Baldwin. I mentioned him earlier, Canada Research Chair in Narrative Studies. And he talks and he writes about narrative literacy, by which he means that he feels it's really important for us, particularly in healthcare providing roles, to have an appreciation for the narrative complexity of human life generally and of our own lives too. To have a discernment about the narrative nature of our own identity and so forth. And maybe as we have that, we are better equipped to work with patients, clients, fellow human beings, etc., to invite them to become more discerning. I think when people wake up, this sounds awful to say, but as people wake up to, I've got a story. We have research participants in a study I've been working on where we've had a number of the folks say in the interview, I've got a story to tell, and I'm going to write it someday, and it will be a trilogy plus. And it's like they have achieved that level of discernment that, you know what, my life is a story. I have a story, and I'm proud of it, or I'm intrigued by it, and so forth. But not everybody does, and this is where the more we can know, I think, about things like the narrative development, and some of which I'll get into more, narrative challenges that we face, the more we can help people to experience the wonder and also the mystery of the storied nature of their own lives. I mean, there are a lot of books that have come out in the last 2 or 3 decades. Your life is a story, because obviously people aren't thought about it beginning it. But when they read such books, oh yeah, my life too is also a story. With chapters and plots and characters and different versions and so forth. And by golly, from a narrative perspective, I'm really interesting. I don't know if that's just kind of a random response, Martina. Hopefully we'll come back to these things. He's written books about the presidency. He's written books about what he calls the redemptive self, power, intimacy, the life story, and so forth. And I just briefly wanted to make reference to a point that he makes. We don't have to agree with it, but it's interesting to take into consideration. He says, the development of identity, remember he's working with Eric Erickson's concept of identity, should, he says, ideally move in the direction of increasingly good narrative form. I'm really uncomfortable with that language, but I'm putting it out there. 6 standards of good life story form, he suggests, can be identified, and they are coherence, story needs to hang together. Openness, story needs to have a quality of openness to it. And credibility, a story about our lives needs to be responsible to the actual facts of our lives, and not be total fantasy. Differentiation, a story ideally has a variety of things going on in it, subplots and chapters and so on and so forth. A story ideally helps a person to reconcile the good, the bad, and the ugly of their lives, and it has a quality of generativity to it, which he calls generative integration. So I'm not going to go into those, which I could. I'm going to skip over those in the interest of time, but I do want to quickly point out something that I think is helpful, or I find helpful. As a developmental psychologist, Dan McAdams is keen to identify stages in a person's development. So he has played around with 3 stages from a narrative perspective in how our narrative identity develops over the lifespan. And the first stage he calls the pre-lyphic stage, and at that stage he says we're kids, and we're gathering material, holding on to memories of various types that may eventually become integral to the central story or set of stories by which we understand who we are. Okay? We're budding novelists, if you will. I've always talked about how little girls may have a different approach to that than little boys. The mythic stage, he says, begins in earnest in adolescence, when you have those teenagers under your roof who are fired up with hormones of one sort or other. But one of the things that's going on from McAdams' perspective is that the individual is working on the story of who they are as compared to who other people tell them that they are. The emergence of an autobiographical consciousness of who you uniquely are compared to who other people are and who other people say you are, that starts to be in evidence. The rise of an autobiographical consciousness. And then throughout young adulthood and middle adulthood, we're continually, as he says, expanding the story, adding more characters, more subplots, more themes, and so forth. We're thickening the plot and beginning to maybe perhaps, as we do at lots of points throughout our lives, revise the plot to get back to that concept that Donald Palmore had. In late adulthood, he says, is what could be called the post-mythic stage. Now, when he uses the word mythic, he doesn't mean myth in the sense of untrue. He means myth in the sense of a grand, deep story that we entertain on some level, often unconscious about who we are, where we've come from, where we're going. We're continually developing, working on that myth. We had a great conversation at the break, Rod and I, about the role of truth in the stories that we tell. And I like to make the point that actually the autobiographical memories that we normal people create and compose have an element of fictionalization and embellishment in it inevitably, and that therefore autobiographical memory is a matter of faction as much as fact. In the post-mythic stage, McAdams would say that we're looking back, starting to do the looking back kind of thing, reviewing, reciting, rereading the story, and maybe on some level the plot is thinning a little bit, okay? And the narrative environment, which I'll say more about shortly, is beginning to kind of shrink somewhat. And yet at the same time, as our self-narrative can be narrowing in on some levels, it can also, I think, be opening out. And we'll come back to that later. So all of us are narratively developing all of the time. So I mentioned earlier the developmental tasks of later life and how they are, in my view, significantly narrative in nature. And they include, I like R's here. It's about 3 R's, it's about 10 R's, 12 R's. Review. This is classic Erik Erikson, the task of life review and evaluating and looking back. The task of reflecting, stepping back, sorting things out, and that in many ways is key to our moral development. This is the point of view that Mark Freeman takes in his wonderful, rich book called Hindsight. He says that the ability to look back across our lives and to make sense of things actually helps us to grow in a moral way and not just in a cognitive way. There's another quotation here from May Sarton. She grumbles on one day in her journal that she says, the week has been too full. There's been too much experience and too little time to sort it all out. Too little time to do one thing and another. The deeper the experience, she adds, the more time is required to sort it out. I like to think that actually captures what many older people feel, although maybe not sure how to articulate it, as they go, so much. What do you do with all the stuff that you've experienced, you've seen, you've witnessed, suffered, and so on and so forth, and sort it all out? Anyway, back to the R's. The book, Remembering Our Lives. Is it Remembering Our Lives or Remembering Ourselves? By Barbara Meyerhoff, the anthropologist. Remembering. She deliberately puts a hyphen between re and memory. She says this is one of the things, and in her experience, interviewing older adults in a Jewish context, is that later life presents us with the task of pulling ourselves together, catching up with ourselves, reconciling and integrating into the story of our lives the difficult things, the trouble, the trauma. By the way, Jerome Bruner, whom I mentioned earlier, says quite humorously but seriously, he says, no trouble, no story. I mean, if you have a happy beginning and a happy middle and a happy end, you got a pretty bad story. Typically, you know, we like things to go wrong so that the storyteller has something to sort out for us and keep our attention from one page to the next. Another R would be to resolve, to deal with resentments and grudges and regrets, to repair, to mend fences, to make amends, to forgive ourselves and others, to reconfigure or to rework our identity because of the changes of life, to regenerate. I like this particular word, I like the hyphens in here. We talk about regeneration. Maybe there is a sense in which we are invited or nudged in later life to rework the story of our lives as best as we can from maybe being the terrible tragedy that much of it might have seemed to something more redemptive. And that reminds me of the quip from the psychiatric community, which goes like this: it's never too old to have a happy childhood. I don't want to go into that because you folks are the experts in this area. I'm just an academic. Another set of R's, just to keep on this, reading our lives. That to me is important, not just telling our stories, but exploring, examining, reflecting on our stories. And I could get into this, but I won't. In our book, Reading Our Lives, Beth McKim and I talk about two different types of reading that literary scholars have identified. One is called effort reading, where you read for the facts and the plot. And aesthetic reading is where you're reading for things between the lines. And you have a book club, as maybe some of you are part of, then that's often what you get into, is the aesthetic reading of what's in the story, not just who done what when. Redeem, finding the positives and the negatives. I'm running through this quite quickly because I want to get on to more exciting stuff. Resigning ourselves, perhaps. This is again Erickson, accepting our life for what it was, with all of its ups and downs, positives and negatives. It is what it had to be. Accepting the exigencies of aging, which is my father's way of putting that. Maybe there's an element of recycling, passing on our life lessons and wisdom to others, and this I think is behind the urge that many older adults will rightly feel, to get their stories down so that their life lessons can be passed on to their children and their grandchildren and their neighbors and whoever might benefit from them. To rehearse, to prepare for the last chapter or the end, to rejoice, hopefully to celebrate our life as overall worthwhile, and we're basically pleased with the way, or okay with the way our life turned out, given the conditions that our life was constrained by, and the families that we grew up in, and so on and so forth. One more, to ready ourselves for the challenges, the narrative challenges of later life, which is what I want to get into here now. Narrative challenges. I think these pictures here capture what many of you will recognize as some of the challenges which older adults experience or living. I don't know who these people are. I just pulled these pictures off the internet, as we do. But the picture up on the upper left corner is not unfamiliar. And I have a story to tell about my father, who at the age of 84 or 85, decided that he and mother needed to start thinking about alternative living arrangements. So they asked me if I could arrange a tour of one of our large local nursing homes in Fredericton. So I knew the CEO, Ken McGeorge, and I said, Ken, can Mom and Dad and I come over and have a tour? Oh yes, we want to have you come and have a tour. And they had just done some major renovations, beautiful place and so forth. So we're walking along the hallways of this beautifully renovated structure, and Ken is saying, and now we have the kitchen area over here, da, da, da. And as Dad is walking along, he's already 85, got a cane, he sees, I'm sorry to say, the proverbial little old woman sitting in a chair like that facing the wall. And Dad, who had been a pastor forever, the pastoring instinct came out of him, and he couldn't sort of keep on with the tour. He stopped beside the wheelchair of the woman, and he noticed on the back of her wheelchair the name Mrs. Viola Cullivan or whatever. So he, age 85 himself on a cane, leans over and catches her eye, she's looking at the wall, And he says, I see by your name tag that you're Mrs. Cullinan. Yes. He says, you wouldn't maybe be from up around Stanley. Stanley is a rural area north of Frederick. Well, yes, I would. And for about 2 minutes, they have a little conversation, not an extensive one, not an in-depth one. Dad's not counseling her, but he's connecting with her and recognizing her as a person from a place with a family and a name and a story. And I like to cite that. It brings tears to my eyes to do so. Because Dad, like many of you, most of you, all of you, practice narrative care instinctively. I told you earlier he was a community historian, so he probably partly wanted to find out where Mrs. Cullinan grew up and whether she was married to so-and-so and whatever. It doesn't matter what the motivation was, the connection was real and important. So that's what I'm going to be talking about much of the time this afternoon with you. But I want to talk with you first about some challenges. We talked about the developmental tasks, the 12 R's or whatever they are. And there are other R's that we could add. Maybe R's are all that, I don't know. R is Randall, so maybe that's why. Narrative loneliness. My colleague Clyde Baldwin, Canada Research Chair in Narrative Studies, writes very helpfully about narrative loneliness. The basic point is that as we get older, it can be the case that there are fewer and fewer people left in our lives who know our story, or who know a version of our story that we're comfortable with them knowing. Okay? A spouse passes on, children move away, friends die, and so forth. And there is that sense of loneliness. Nobody knows or cares about my story. Linked to that is narrative loss. Fewer and fewer things, as well as people and routines to support our story. When you move, as my mother's going to do soon, on December the 11th, as you move from your apartment of 13 years to Windsor Court in a smaller apartment, but she's doing it of her own volition, so that's good. But it's going to be a shift. And she may go through a period of narrative loss. She won't have the same people checking in on her who do so now in the building. She won't have she won't have the knowledge of where exactly the knives and forks are in her kitchen because she has macular degeneration and she sees by feel. She won't have that for a while in a new place, and so on and so forth. Narrative deprivation, I get that term from the Canadian journalist Robert Fulford. He did the Massey lecture some years ago, the title of which, it became a book, was called The Triumph of Narrative, Storytelling in an Age of Mass Culture. And he talks about narrative deprivation. And I think that's what Mrs. Cullinan probably had been experiencing until Dad came along and connected with her and bonded with her for those few minutes. And I like to think that because she felt her story was being recognized, for those few minutes she felt better about her life. I could see her sitting up straighter in her chair, a smile come on her face, the blood rushed up to her face as she had some conversation with her. I like to think that she had a better meal that night, slept better that night, and was interacted more positively with her care and so forth. In some way that's really hard to measure. But narrative disorientation, we talk about people with dementia as having lost the thread. I think we all lose the thread at different points in our lives. I've got this, I read detective novels by Jonathan Kellerman. Anybody else a Jonathan Kellerman fan? And I love his books. I get familiar with his characters, Milo Sturgis and Dr. Alex Delaware. But I find that if I'm busy in my life, as I've been a lot this semester, that I start one of the novels, and if I don't keep at it every day, I lose the thread. Then I got to go back and reread earlier chapters, and I get so frustrated eventually I just give it up. So I got a whole bunch of half-read books. Not because they're half-written books, they're good books, but talk about a story world. Every one of those is the same sort of story world, and I love it. Homoism. You wonder what the heck is that? Postmodernism. I couldn't get it all there on the line. I mean, that may be, some of us have been talking about this during the breaks, that this is, I'm not saying it's a disease, I'm not saying what it might be, but maybe it, for lots and lots of reasons, it is possible for us to become disoriented in and amidst our own story. I'm not going to say any more about that because I don't really know what I'm talking about. just saying, I think there's something to that. Narrative disruption, getting into a D thing here, narrative disruption can happen when we are relocated from living condition A to living condition B. When we've had trauma, I want to talk a little bit later about the exciting work of my colleague and friend Marvin Westwood from the University of British Columbia, who uses therapeutic reenactment to help veterans, young veterans and old veterans too, to deal with the traumas of war that have crippled them in their lives and relationships ever since, and using an embodied narrative, an enacted narrative approach to help to heal the disruption. And the disruption and disjuncture thing here, disjuncture is sort of living two or more sort of incompatible or conflicting narratives. I mean, I learned recently that St. John River, which flows through New Brunswick, underneath it, I don't know how far down, there is another river flowing in the other direction, an underground river, what a mysterious and enticing concept, okay? And sometimes maybe there are underground rivers in our own lives, in our own stories, narratives that are going in another direction. I think here of the work of Lawrence Langer, who wrote the book Holocaust Testimonies, The Ruins of Memory. Anybody familiar with that? And he talks about the older adults whom he interviewed who were survivors of Auschwitz and the other concentration camps. It's like they live with two-story worlds. They've got their present-day life since the war, and then they've got the Auschwitz story still running on a parallel track inside of them. These are challenges I'm suggesting that some, maybe many older adults, in some sort of combination, and these are intertwining sort of challenges, I think. Narrative incoherence is finding that little makes sense in your life. This relates back to McAdams' criteria that coherence is somehow around the mark of a good story. Narrative debris. This is a troubling concept, but I want to tell you about it because a great friend and colleague of ours at St. Thomas University, John McIndy, sociologist, did a lot of his research with male prisoners in Dorchester Penitentiary in New Brunswick, which is a maximum security, or was at least when he was doing his research. And he talks about how in interviewing these men, they had real difficulty stringing a story together. And he described the bits and pieces that he would get during the interviews as what he called narrative debris. Bit of a harsh thing to say, but he wrote about it very, very compassionately. That makes me think of something that Margaret Atwood, our own Margaret Atwood, says in Alias Grace. I haven't read the book, but she does say there somewhere, we are in the middle, when you are in the middle of a story, it isn't a story at all, but only a confusion, a dark roaring, a blindness, a wreckage of shattered glass, and splintered wood like a house in a whirlwind. It's only afterwards that it becomes anything like a story at all when you're telling it to yourself or to someone else. Now, that's maybe better as a possible example for narrative incoherence and for narrative debris. But when you're in the middle of stuff that you're going through, it is challenging to put some kind of a coherent story on that so you can deal with it, cope with it, and move on. Some more, are you ready for some more? MDiv, I like this alliteration thing. Narrative dispossession. Again, my colleague Clive Baldwin, who I think is absolutely brilliant, is also just a wonderful colleague to work with. And should any of you ever come to Fredericton, New Brunswick for a tour or a visit, make sure you drop in to see us at St. Thomas University. I'll try to arrange a visit with myself and Clive and other members of our CERN team. We'd love to see you and talk with you about these sorts of ideas. Narrative dispossession, he says, is the situation where we deprive someone else of their story because we feel that they're unable to tell a story about their lives in a way that we think is coherent or consistent or makes sense. And sometimes this can happen in facilities, perhaps, where with the best of intentions, we assume that someone, they can't tell their story in the way that maybe we normal people can, so maybe there's not really a story there. It's almost like that. So it's a kind of I call it stereotyping. And I think that we actually do a lot of stereotyping anyway in everyday human life. I go to Tim Hortons and I see somebody walk in and they're walking a certain way, with a certain expression on their face, and if I'm not careful, my imagination, my narrative imagination goes to work, and I start to imagine what sort of story they're living in. And then, and this happens at airports too, okay? You're at an airport, you get to put in time until your flight takes off, and people are walking by, and you start to form stories about them, and then lo and behold, fate decrees that you sit beside that person on the plane, and you find out they're nothing like the story that you already made up, thank you very much, and you're mad at them almost. Narrative knots. I was at a seminar in Emory University in the land of Georgia, where, by the way, the next Narrative Matters conference, some of you may have heard of these interdisciplinary conferences, taking place in 2020 in Atlanta, Georgia. So this was a student there doing a PhD. She was from Japan, and she was also a narrative therapist. And we were talking about narrative foreclosure, and she said, you know, with a lot of my clients, it's like they have a knot, a narrative knot, that I have to sort of figure out a way to help them untie or unravel. And I thought that was an interesting sort of way of putting it. Narrative contamination, that's a concept from McAdams, by which he means that as opposed to a redemptive sequence, a contaminated sequence, he says, is when a person starts to tell a story about some aspect of their life, and everything was started over good, and then went to hell in a handcart really, really fast. Whereas a redemptive story is just the opposite. Well, it was a hard life growing up on the farm there in Baden, and you know, we worked hard and so on and so forth, and here I have got 47,000 grandchildren, and I'm really content with my life. Sort of a different sequence. Narrative domination is, these are terms I kind of made up, which is probably stupid, but when our story is dominated for lots of understandable reasons by a trauma or a tragedy or maybe an ideology or maybe a self-image that keeps our story from being open and moving forward. Narrative imprisonment is when we're stuck in regret or aversion of the past or whatever, and then there's narrative foreclosure, which I'll say more about in a second. This is a quote from Salman Rushdie, author of the Satanic Verses and other novels. And he said, I think in an interview once, those who do not have power over the story that dominates their lives, the power to retell it, rethink it, deconstruct it, joke about it, and change it as times change, truly are powerless because they cannot think new thoughts. Now, we can be dominated by a particular master narrative or meta-narrative that ultimately isn't maybe helpful for us. I don't know where I got this little cartoon, but I love it and I use it. And what do you want to say to this guy? Drop it! Let it go! He's caught in a dilemma, all right? That's my story and I'm sticking to it. And maybe we have stories that we stick to that would be helpful if we could not be so stuck with it. I don't know. And I'm throwing these things out kind of in a tongue-in-cheek way. There's a much more serious things going on for people in their lives that these sort of terms might apply to. Some of you, how many of you work in a medical context, a hospital context, for example, or a nursing home context? All right. So here for you folks, benefit, your folks, the benefit of you folks, is a medical version of some of the narrative challenges that I just rattled off here for you. Okay? Narrative arrest. Sometimes I think that if we can take narrative concepts and put them into sort of more medical language, we might have a better hearing within the medical community. Just a suggestion. So with narrative arrest, the story is stopped. It's kind of like narrative foreclosure. By narrative foreclosure, and I need to go back to that. Hold on. Hello. Sorry. Where did that? Apologize. One moment, please. Oh, that slide up. Narrative foreclosure. I gotta give you a quick definition of what that is. Pardon me?
It's on here.
It's on here, but not there.
After your jail cell.
I just passed it. Right, but I had a whole slide just on narrative foreclosure. You got it, I don't. Okay. So narrative foreclosure is not my term, but it's one that's been coined by our colleague in narrative psychology, Mark Freeman, who says that, oh my goodness, oh, here it is. The premature conviction, you know, I do have it, by golly. Okay. Pardon me? Put it down. I have a friend in Fredericton who described herself as OCD. And she's told OCD that she said it should be CBO. She wants to reorganize the letters, okay, in alphabetical order. Sometimes I fall into that trap too. So, narrative foreclosure is a premature conviction that one's life story has effectively ended. That no new chapters, adventures, themes, characters are out to enter in. And the future seems to be a foregone conclusion. This is Mark Freeman speaking. I kind of like this concept, and every time I mention it in classes, well, not this class this semester, because that's another story, but every time I mention it, people say, yeah, I kind of like it. I can work with that concept. And maybe they start to think of a particular client or patient or whatever who maybe is stuck in some narrative foreclosure. But here's so narrative arrest is kind of in the same vein. Narrative atrophy, another sort of medical term here. I heard once that the average nursing home resident gets approximately 6 minutes per day of contact with somebody. Now, I think that's a bit strong, and I'm sure that doesn't apply here at all in this context in Ontario. Maybe it does in other places, but if there's some truth to that. Many of those 6 minutes are taken up with tasks, and there's maybe 3 minutes left for some sort of narrative connection. So if you don't have much narrative connection, your story tends to dry up inside you. Narrative constipation is when you've got an untold story inside you and you don't know how to get it out. Now, worst case scenario is narrative compaction. All right, you guys say more. You have to dig to get the story. Too much information? Narrative anemia is when the story is kind of thin or weak, not thick, not strong. Narrative indigestion, go back to the gastrointestinal thing. Experiences are not digested or sorted out. This is May Sarton's dilemma. Narrative diarrhea, the story is flowing, but there's little substance to it. And you wonder how you can kind of catch on to something solid and work with it. And then lastly, narrative pregnancy, which is a new story is ready to be born. And that's where I think I'll end that little list, okay? So, I want to talk with you about how these narrative challenges are obviously exacerbated by physical losses and by social isolation. And they may be recipes for things like depression. They are intensified by conditions like dementia and focused by the experience of dying. And they're affected by the change in narrative environments that we experience due to institutionalization. So let's talk a little bit. I had a question for discussion, but by golly, I'm worried about the time and the weather and the roads and you folks and me. So, narrative environment. What do we mean by that? This is a powerful concept that I find helpful, and this is building up. So talking about narrative care. We don't story our lives in a vacuum, but we story our lives in the context of larger groupings, social systems like families, for example, communities that we live in, churches that we're part of, the profession that we identify with, the culture that we're in, and so forth. As I said before, where my story ends and your story begins in these kinds of complex environments, narrative environments, it's difficult to say. Each of these larger systems, your family, your community, your church, your institution, has, I think you could say, a unique narrative environment. I get that term from Jerome Bruner, by which I mean, among other things, that there's a special code for telling and listening and talking and conversing. There are topics that you can talk about, topics that you don't talk about. So the narrative environment here at Conrad Grebel College, when you're at work, it's going to be different from the narrative environment that you have when you go home and you take your shoes off and you have a beer on a Friday night, okay? Where you feel like you can say whatever's on your mind. When you're in a relationship with a particular intimate partner, that's a narrative environment that may be different from the narrative environment you were in with your previous intimate partner, and so on and so forth. The reason I think this idea of narrative environment is really intriguing and helpful is because it really has a lot, I think it needs considering as we think about what it means to offer narrative care and to be story listening. When I was a kid, thousands of years ago, in high school, I used to like to go out to visit my friend Allie Wood and his family and have supper with them and maybe stay overnight. Because it was a different narrative environment in that household. I felt like I could sit at the kitchen table at supper time with them and say whatever thing I wanted to, whatever goofy thing was on my mind, and they would laugh and chuckle and think I was hilarious and really a neat kid. But when I would go back home and sit around the table with my father, the minister, okay, it was a different narrative environment. There were things you didn't say or talk about, and there was, children were to be heard and not seen, sort of thing. That kind of, that was the nature of the narrative. I think you could each talk at length about your own family narrative environments, okay? These things are important because they do shape how we story our lives on so many different levels. Narrative environments can be at a macro level. You can talk about the culture of Canada as a whole, as a narrative environment, which is different from perhaps our nation to the south, or to any country else, elsewhere in the world. They can be micro. The conversation that you have with somebody you never met before today was for maybe 5 minutes, a little narrative environment. Okay? They can be open or closed, flexible or rigid, thick or bleak, such as some nursing homes can be, sadly, okay? Which is why many older adults don't want to go to a nursing home, because they know in advance it's going to be a bleak narrative environment. They don't use that term. They can be inviting or inhibiting of our narrative development, and they can be de-storying, I'll catch the play on words, or restorying. So, the challenge for us, I think, in the kind of work that you do, is how to contribute to a positive narrative environment in the context where you're working. For a patient or a resident entering a nursing home or a hospital, it certainly is a change in narrative environment. We have to keep that in mind. And it's always going to be, to some degree, a restorying experience. A revising of the plot will be necessary on some level. At best, that time in a hospital or a residence of some sort is one chapter, maybe hopefully a short chapter in the overall story of your life. And other chapters will follow. It's not the whole story, but at worst, it's a de-storying experience where our identity feels like it's being reduced to a set of symptoms or a diagnosis or a label. Might be referred to by some staff as the gallbladder in 13B, or the bead in 102, or the bed blocker. This is a terrible term. I don't know if you've had this controversy in the media in Ontario, but down in New Brunswick, we have terms like bed blockers appearing in our newspapers sometimes. And I understand that there's a crisis. There is definitely a crisis. You know well about this, Josie. But using terms like bed blocker or whatever to describe those older adults who, out of no desire of their own, are in a situation where they're a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, sometimes 3 years, waiting for a room somewhere else, but they're in a hallway in a hospital. I'm sure that's not the case here. I assume it's not. Another quick thing, say that the language and the exchanges in healthcare settings tend to be dominated, understandably, by a biomedical master narrative. So language is different accordingly. People are patients, perhaps, first, more than they are persons. Again, that's changing happily. And referring to the difference between narrative thought and logical thought, there is perhaps a sense in which scientific or logical thought tends to trump to use that word in the proper sense, narrative thinking. And obviously the task-centered nature of and the busyness of nursing homes and hospitals is such that narrative care, if you start talking about it, is perceived as just one more thing to add to our list. This is a sign that maybe some of you see from time to time when you go to the doctor. And I love my doctor dearly, but this is on the office wall. It's one. Okay. So I've got a real good deal here going. Yeah. I'm going to tell him. He's great. But when that's posted, that's telling you, these are the rules of the narrative environment in this office, my friend. And I don't say that, because I understand that doctors are totally cut and lay with work and list of patients and so on, so I get it. But there's a tragedy about that. I had a question: how in general would you describe the narrative environment of the context of the institution, the hospital, the clinic, the nursing home, school, university, where you work? Thick, thin, open, closed, rich, or impoverished in narrative activity, inviting or inhibiting of narrative development, and why? You got 3 hours? You break up in small groups and come back together as a whole group? Think about it, okay? I want to say, for the benefit of one of you who had to leave, and maybe already has, Martina, who has done some studies at Columbia University in the field of narrative medicine. So I want to say a little bit about that because this is another Canadian, Rita Sharon, whom some of you have heard of, I'm sure. The narrative turn, as I'm calling it, has made its presence known not just in psychology and gerontology and education, but also happily in medicine, in the field of medicine. And her groundbreaking work, Narrative Medicine, Honoring the Stories of Illness, she says, narrative medicine understands that patients and caregivers enter whole with their bodies, lives, families, beliefs, histories, stories, hopes for the future. They enter into sickness and healing with all of that, and their efforts to get better or to help others get better cannot be fragmented away from the deepest parts of their lives. I'm going to see if this works. I'm going to get it off the. There's Rita Sharon. Thanks, Ryan. So there's Rita Sharon. She's originally from Montreal.
Persons with MFAs.
Yeah, no, just the full screen. Yeah, that's what
MFAs in fiction and poetry. We get musicians who are conservatory trained. We get persons who have studied, maybe not up to the PhD level, but certainly the English major, maybe a master's in humanities discipline. And they come to us because Columbia has kind of a reputation of encouraging this kind of study. I give credit in the medical school for students to take courses on the arts and sciences campus. So I have a cohort of humanities trained medical students, and I can see what they do differently from the others. And I can see that it's their humanities training that permits them to perceive that which must be perceived. I wrote a little piece in academic medicine recently called "To See the Suffering." And what it is that we learn from rigorous, sustained study in the humanities, mostly literary studies and phenomenology or philosophy, but the others too, is to perceive and to tolerate the paradoxes. I mean, I'm just saying ordinary things that any English major knows, but not that every medical student knows, and certainly that very few doctors know. And again, that's what's missing in a transaction where one person is sick and the other person is supposed to be helping them get better.
I'm going to stop that there. You can go online and get the full YouTube video of her talking and other videos where she describes the narrative medicine program. But I'm, for one, very heartened that this is a trend that we're finding in, I think, more and more medical schools, including Dalhousie University, I believe, in Halifax, Nova Scotia, where they have a humanities and medicine program. I'm not sure that it's entrenched in and embedded in the medical studies curriculum as much as it is at Columbia, but it's a step in the right direction, I think. So she herself has a medical degree, but also she has a PhD in English literature. And that's a wonderful combination. I don't know how many years she must have spent studying getting all the degree. So let's go back to the exciting stuff here. I mean, the PowerPoint slide. And what happened? All right, yeah. So that's Rita Sharon, and she also talks about patient-centered care, seeks an integrated understanding of the patient's story, of the patient's world. And I'm going to insert the phrase story world. So patients, to use that phrase, understand who they are, not ultimately in terms of statistics like their blood pressure or their white blood count or their body mass index or their bone mass density or their glomerular filtration rate, etc., but in terms of their stories, the stories we are. They understand themselves in terms of biography or autobiography, not so much as biology. And yet, when they go into a healthcare context, they're nudged, urged, whatever, to think of themselves in different ways. But I love what Oliver Sacks, medical doctor, if you've heard of his work. Didn't he recently pass away? Great loss. Biologically, physiologically, we're not so different from each other, but historically, as narratives, we are each of us unique, and I put in the word novel, okay? So if patients sense that we're not interested in who they are so much as in what's wrong with them, then maybe they become impatient on some level, you know, non-compliant, withdrawn, anxious, cranky, depressed, etc. So how can we address that? What can we do? Well, here I'm getting to the thrilling conclusion of our day. We have to remember that the patient's world, to use Sharon's phrase, is, in my view, their unique story world. Their stories are central to their identities, their emotions, their values, their beliefs, and ultimately to their physical and mental health. So caring for a patient's story, whatever exactly that means, can be as important as caring for their bodies. Indeed, you know, we can sense people's stories in their bodies, in their postures, in the expressions on their face, in the way that they walk, and so forth, because our stories are embodied. So how can the settings that some of you work in, healthcare settings of one sort of, how can they help become more re-storying and not de-storying, insofar as that's a fair distinction, and how can we help patients, residents, to meet the many challenges to their narratives and experience a measure of narrative repair? The answer is narrative care. So what the heck is that? How are we doing? We got time for a quick Q&A or a bathroom break, or how are people's... Keep on? All right, keep on. All right. If you have to have a bathroom break, that's your business. This is a quotation from the African-American writer Maya Angelou, author of When the Caged Birds Sing. Yes. There's no agony, she says, like bearing an untold story inside of you. No agony like bearing an untold story inside of you. And maybe many of you have been in that very situation where you sense there's an untold story, and you're wondering how to discern that, help them to discern that, and help them to express if that's appropriate. And then this one here from the medical doctor Arthur Kleinman, another narrative medicine person. It says, few of the tragedies at life's end are as rending to the clinician, heart-rending, as that of the frail patient who has no one to tell their life story to. Narrative loneliness, narrative loss, narrative foreclosure, all of that's happening. And then from the theologian Sam Keen and Ann Valley Fox, you can't tell who you are unless someone is listening. So colleagues and I, a few years ago at St. Thomas, we wrote a little article in the Journal of Aging Studies, which we entitled, How Listeners Shape What Tellers Tell. And it was based on a research project that we had been doing, where we've been interviewing people 80 plus years of age about their life story. But there were 3 of us doing the interviews. I interviewed 10 of the 80 plus participants. Mary Ann from Sweden interviewed 10 of the participants, and Suzanne, originally from Calgary, much younger, she interviewed 10. And we realized as we were analyzing these qualitative interviews that we were getting 3 different types of stories. The types of stories I was getting from the people I interviewed, because I'm from the area that many of the participants were from, I was forever, in my stupid way, interrupting the conversation. Well, so you would say you're from Stanley. Well, were you from that Williamsburg area? Or anything? So that would take us down a rabbit hole of geographical trivia, you know, sort of thing. But that was really important for me. I was not very well trained as a qualitative listener. Mary Ann from Sweden had and maybe this is her particular personality, had a kind of a stone face, look about her. And she would keep her questions and her responses to a minimum. Mm-hmm. Yes? Okay. Mm-hmm. But with a kind of a difficult to read sort of look on her face, and the maritime participants whom she was interviewing and were used to kind of chatty sort of interactions, didn't know what to make of her. So she got different types of stuff from her interviewees. And then Suzanne, who at the time was in her early 30s and was just a fairly new crop on faculty at St. Thomas, she felt like every one of these 80 plus participants was like the grandmother and the grandfather she never had. So many of her responses were, oh wow, did you do that? Oh gee. So we wrote a paper called How Listeners Shape What Tellers Tell. I mean, that's not rocket science, you all know that. Well, I'll tell you what narrative care is not. Can you see this picture? There's Grandma in the middle there, hoping to have a lovely connection with her kin at Thanksgiving or Christmas time, and every one of them is glued to their device, okay? I think that was probably a staged picture, but that's what narrative care is not. I wonder if you could, and this is for you to think about, because this could take a lovely half hour of our time together in groups and so forth. But put it in the back of your mind. Think of a time when you felt listened to really, really well. Could have been a therapeutic situation, or just your friend or whatever. What was the situation or issue, the problem or story that you needed to talk about? Who was the listener? What did they do or say that was particularly helpful, and why? By the way, I should just say that storytelling happily gets a lot of attention these days, more and more. But the companion process of story listening, I think we're just starting to get a feel of that. I mean, those of you who are therapists and counselors, I mean, you're trained in effective story listening, I'm sure. But I think we could learn more as a culture about listening to the stories of each other. Anyway, what wisdom or, yes?
Kind of echoing what you were saying, Phil, about the curiosity that can come up. Oh, exactly, to drop that. And it's not easy, but to really let go of my curiosity, to know about that or ask about that, and to listen without engaging my curiosity. Because it doesn't really, I mean, in the context of spiritual direction or companioning, it doesn't have a place. My curiosity doesn't have a place in that person's experience.
It can have a place at the beginning of the rapport, but yeah, that's really helpful insight. And you're nodding your head back there in the third row. Yeah. So other.
Okay, to Bowley, another thought is, what about asking clarifying questions? Where does that fit into that? Do I hear you saying? And then have them tell the story back to you to redirect what you heard.
Yeah.
Is that helpful to somebody?
Yes. And in your experience, it is often helpful.
Yeah. Authentic silence.
Authentic silence, as opposed to inauthentic silence. Can you say a bit more about authentic silence?
Well, being interested in the discussion, interested in the person. Not doing that interrupting stuff, and letting them know you've got that authentic concern, relationship that you want to develop. And just being honest and true.
That sounds great.
Non-judgmental.
Non-judgmental as a quality, as an attitude, as an approach. You know, easier said than done. I think our natural tendencies is to maybe jump in and do some what I call stereotyping.
Believe it in your head.
Yeah.
You can be, you know, you can be thinking critically and judgmentally,
Hmm.
or carry over.
You think of this person's problem is that.
Yeah, right. Why didn't she do that? What a dumb choice.
Were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I think you have to be patient, because sometimes when people are telling stories, a whole pile of extra stuff gets thrown in there, and you get like, get on with it. But if you had the patience to see maybe through that stuff, you would pick up something that was important, that wasn't being overtly told, but
Yeah.
woven in there. And I've listened to stories that it's like, it's coming to an end, because the story should be this, and it's going way up and around there, and they want to wander, and you have to have the patience to discern where.
Yeah, that's true. Eugene Kennedy is a Roman Catholic counselor, psychologist person who writes about hearing into the story, so not getting caught up with the facts and the figures and so on and so forth, which is I'm guilty of that as a listener, I'm afraid.
And lean in, like, seem interested with your posture.
Mhm.
Like people go back and you sit and want to look at their watch. They're just refraining from looking at their watch. But you know they're really doing that in their head. And they're leaning way back, so if you lean forward, kind of well, inviting them.
Yeah, your body tells the story that you're really, really interested in.
Yeah.
Not needing to fix it. And for a Mrs. Fix It, that's very hard.
I was told once by a departmental assistant at our university, who was trying to explain to me something about the photocopier machine. And I don't know what I was thinking about or whatever, but she realized that I really wasn't paying attention to the information, helpful information that she was trying to impart to me. So she said, Bill, you have a listening disability. I've never forgotten that. So yours. Anybody else want to add a couple quick more things before we guess?
Trust. I found that creating an environment of trust is important for allowing people to share deep things.
Easier said than done.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not something that I suspect a person can learn how to create.
I mean, it takes time.
Yeah. These are wonderful, wonderful insights, and you are speaking from experience in this regard. If you'll bear with me, can we just move along a little bit further? Because I think, Jane, you want us out of here by 3:30 or earlier. Yeah. Okay. And there are highways awaiting you and so forth. So thank you very much for that. So I like to say, from where I sit anyway, is that narrative care or story listening is attending to and as important for the stories by which people understand who they are. And by the word for, I mean the backstories, the shadow stories, as one of my colleagues, Pete Medeiros, refers to them, and by which people understand who they are. So narrative care, and I'm using that term, which is a term that a number of us find helpful. You may not find helpful, but I do kind of find helpful. And I like to stress when I'm talking with people in healthcare context that maybe we could think of narrative care as equally important and as valuable as dietary care, as pharmacare, as surgical care perhaps, or other types of care that are put forward in a medical healthcare context. But I think it's often about attitude as much as it is activity. It's about quality of connection as much as it is about quantity of time you can express narrative care. You can exude an attitude of narrative care to somebody within a 5-minute span as you're wheeling them from their room to the dining room. It's about fostering a narrative environment that maybe ideally someday can be a wisdom environment, and helping people perhaps to tell thicker, stronger stories about their lives. Narrative care can be labor intensive. I speak here of the narrative care program, and that's what they call it, at York Care Center, which is a large nursing home in Fredericton, New Brunswick. And some graduates of our narrative gerontology course at St. Thomas, when they went out into the workforce and got employed by York Care Center, they started up a narrative care program, and they borrowed a program called Life Bio, which enables an interviewer to do extensive interviews with a resident in the nursing home about that resident's life. And the answers that the resident gives to various questions about the person's childhood, growing up and married and so forth, gets compiled as a book that then becomes the book of your life. And then, as important, even more important, the person's life is captured in a 15 to 20-minute video, which features pictures from various stages of that person's life, with background music featuring the other kind of music that person has loved, whether it's Don Messer's Jubilee, or Mozart's concertos, or Miles Davis jazz, or whatever it might be, and some of the sayings, some of the things that the person actually said in the interviews. And that is shown in a public ceremony at the nursing home that can be attended by as many as 100 people, not just other residents and staff, but also people from the community, volunteers, and politicians. The Lieutenant Governor of our province, Graydon Nicholas at the time, First Nations Lieutenant Governor, came and spoke a couple of times at these ceremonies, that this is such a wonderful thing that you're doing here at York Care Center, because it's like honoring the stories of the elders, which is so important in my First Nations tradition. That's the labor intensive, that's the Cadillac version of narrative care, but there can be lots of smaller forms which I'm going to touch on. The narrative care can be informal, from psychoanalysis and psychotherapy, or narrative therapy per se, to spiritual direction, and often very informal. It can be adapted to different contexts. You would know more about that than I do, from the ER to alternative level of care settings, to long-term care, to palliative care, and it can be practiced between the lines of other activities. In my father's experience living for the last few months of his life in Windsor Court, he had a number of PSWs who would attend to his needs each day, because he couldn't walk anymore, he needed a lot of help. But he got to have a wonderful, warm connection with certain of the PSWs, because they would ask him about his life. They were busy people, and they didn't have a lot of time, but they had a way of just asking a question with each visit. So, Mr. Randall, I understand from what I read there that you used to be a minister. Well, yes, I was. And for maybe a few minutes, while the PSW was attending to a particular task, Dad is talking and forgetting about maybe the awkwardness or embarrassment that he's feeling while he's being helped with his going to the bathroom or whatever. And I remember one particular PSW whom he absolutely loved, and I'm going to say his name was Jake, because I really, really like Jake. And whenever Jake comes in, he always asks me, is there anything else I can do for you? Dad was very, very moved by that extra act of kindness on that PSW's part. Oftentimes PSWs and whatever the designation is here are the people who have the most direct contact from a narrative perspective and can make huge differences, hoping that that's valued. And narrative care can be tailored to the unique case of depression, dementia, and dying, which I want to say a little bit about in the minutes that or the half hour or so that we have left. Here's a phrase from John McLeod, who's written a very helpful survey of psychotherapy and narrative, books called Narrative and Psychotherapy. But he says, and I think this has helped all therapies, I'm not sure what therapeutic schools you each may have been schooled in, all therapies, he says, are narrative therapies. Whatever you're doing as therapist or client can be understood in terms of telling and retelling stories. The importance of listening to stories, rather than just employing listening skills in general, is that the story represents the basic means by which people organize and communicate the meaning of events and experiences. Again, I go back to the stories we are. Our stories and our identities cannot be separated apart. Okay, practical faiths. And this is just me speaking from the egghead academic back behind his bookshelf kind of perspective. Things we watch for in practicing narrative care. I'm going to talk about things that we listen for, but things we watch for. What books or papers or magazines are people reading if they're reading? Okay? Because that can tell you something about what's important for them, what they are curious about. What television shows or movies do they like watching? Do they like watching that Masterpiece Theater or The Simpsons? Or as I used to watch, and I'm really embarrassed to say this, I used to watch religiously Family Guy. I haven't watched that for a while, and then I'm going to get back into it. That would tell you something about me. What music do they like listening to? If they are listening to music, or they have music available to listen to. Is it Miles Davis? Is it Shostakovich? Is it Hank Snow from good old Nova Scotia? Or what is it? You know, because that, again, can give us some clues as to the story world that person is living. What pictures or mementos are around them, in the case of someone living in a long-term care residence. This is going to be a big thing for Mother and me and the rest of the family in the coming weeks, is what pictures are we going to choose to take from Mother's many albums and photographs and things on the wall with her to this much smaller apartment. But she's in the driver's seat, she will choose. We're not happy about that. Who visits them? What do they talk about? What information is on their charts as far as you're privy to that information about their jobs and past, their hobbies, their affiliations? This is all obvious stuff. And what stories or storying styles or story worlds are suggested by their postures, gestures, eyes, and sighs. And this is getting more to the nitty-gritty things we listen for in practicing narrative care. The facts in what people are telling us, if they're telling us anything about their lives as we visit them, but maybe as important or more important, the feelings, listening into the story. We had a conversation, Rod and I, this morning about truth-telling and how stories that we tell about our own lives are inevitably embellished and edited to some degree. I don't think any of us has direct access to things as they actually happened in our lives. I like to think that autobiographical memory is a matter of faction, as I mentioned before. So raises the question, and the psychoanalyst Donald Spence has wrestled with this in a book called Narrative Truth and Historical Truth. What are we listening for? What's most important? The truth of the facts, that you come from Stanley and not from Fredericton Junction, or the feelings that are going on between the lines of what you're saying? Are there recurring themes and metaphors? I had an English teacher in high school who had a really difficult life and all kinds of things going on. And later in life, as luck would have it, she became a student of mine. She was doing her master's degree, and I was teaching a course at UND. And we broke up into small groups and told each other our life stories, or our version. It was a great little exercise. And there was a recurring phrase that my teacher, June, used when she was telling her story. And she was telling about, raising 4 kids on her own, surviving the divorce, dealing with cancer, getting her master's degree. The phrase she used was, somehow I managed to. And she would say, well, somehow I managed to raise the 4 kids, somehow I managed to get through cancer, and somehow I managed to... And I thought that was an interesting phrase that she used. What's behind that phrase? It seemed to me like she was describing her world as there was a bit of helpless quality to her circumstances, but yet she was acknowledging that somehow I managed to. So there was an acknowledgement of agency and so forth. It was said in kind of a... So I was listening for that, and this is the sort of phrasing and sort of themes that can come up. You know this far better than I do. What are the key plot lines, chapters, subplots, conflicts, episodes that the person might refer to or that seem to be central? Is there unfinished developmental business? Here I can suggest a wonderful article by James Marcia and Ruth Ellen Josselson. Do these names sound familiar to you? They have taken Erickson's 8 stages of psychosocial development and identified sort of different ways in which a person might or might not resolve the issues at each stage, and talked about how having a sensitivity to the different, like for example, the identity versus role diffusion stage. They say, well, you could be an identity achiever, an identity diffuser, an identity moratorium person, or what was the other? Anyway, so they take these sort of subcategories and talk about how, from a psychotherapy perspective, a sensitivity to the different ways in which people have resolved or not resolved previous life stages can play a role in the kind of counseling that we do. That's a bit of a sidebar, and I don't know if anything more to say about it than that at the moment. But the reference, I think, is in that bibliography that I believe you have. Things we listen for include the reminiscence type. You may be aware of the different types of reminiscence that have been identified by researchers, such as Paul Wong and his colleague Wong and Watt. They identify, if you're familiar with these different types of reminiscence, this can be helpful to bear in mind when you're listening to people. They talk about obsessive reminiscence, where a person keeps going back to a particular difficult experience, painful experience, but they can't seem to get past that. Then there's also escapist reminiscence, where a person reminisces back to the good old days, when $1 was $1 and a man's handshake was a man's handshake. It's all gone to hell in a handcart since then, sort of thing. Escaping into the past, that's one type of reminiscence. And there's transmissive reminiscence, where we're reminiscing because we're transmitting information and knowledge and experience to the person that we're sharing with. Instrumental reminiscence is where we use the past and our dealings with things in the past to help us manage challenges in the present. And then integrative reminiscence is where we're engaged in actually pulling together, integrating the various parts of our lives. And that is in a sense, is referred to by Wong and Watt as the most adaptive type of reminiscence. So what type of reminiscence is the person that you're listening to seem to be gravitating toward? Their particular signature stories. Do they have an iron lung story that they trot out? Or there's some other, researcher colleague in Israel, Gabrielle Spector-Marcel, has written an interesting paper called the Narrative Identity Card. And she has interviewed a lot of older adults in Israel, particularly men, and she became interested in what were the first things that they brought out or trotted out when you said, tell me your life story. And it was like that was the identity card that that person was playing to kind of set the stage for how they wanted to be perceived by the interviewer. Gabriella Spector-Marcel, that's not in the bibliography. Shadow stories, this is Kate Madero's concept. Let's say you're talking with somebody in an interview context, and they say, yeah, I was married 3 times. And then last year I took up ice skating, and then so you say, oh, wait a minute, you were married 3 times, okay? There's a story there, but they don't go into it, and they don't sort of volunteer any more information. But you sense, rightly or wrongly, there's a shadow story behind there. And maybe next time you visit with them, you might poke and prod a little bit and try to get some more about that story. Turning point stories, nostalgic stories. A colleague of ours in Norway named Oddgeir Sinus. He's written a wonderful paper. He's a palliative care narrative gerontologist. And he writes about the importance and the power, in his experience, when visiting with palliative patients, about those little nostalgic stories that a person might want to tell. You know, oh yeah, I remember when I was growing up near the fjord, and I liked to sit, lay in the fields and the flowers are so pretty in the beautiful summer afternoon. It wasn't much of a story necessarily, but you could tell that it was a story that that person in their dying days wanted to tell because it's brought that positive memory and it's that positivity bias they really talked about earlier. Are there counter stories underneath the surface, underground rivers? How do they characterize themselves in what they tell us? As hapless victims, tragic heroes? Is there a degree of narrative agency coming through? When you have somebody say, you know what, I've had a really interesting life. That suggests to me that they have a strong sense of narrative agency. We've had interviewees who said, yeah, I mentioned this before, I'm going to write the story of my life someday that's going to be a trilogy plus. And And that woman, by the way, happened to score really, really high on the resilience scale, like 100 out of 100. But she had gone through 3 husbands, and the death of an adult child, and her house had got appropriated by the government when they built the Mactaquac Dam. So she had a lot of tragedies and hardships, but she had a powerful sense of the story. Are there larger narratives that the person is rooted in, the story of their family, of their community? We were talking about narrative environment earlier, and the idea of a congregation that a person closely identifies with as a narrative environment that's a very powerful influence on them as they live their own story, their own individual lives. So are they, in what they're sharing with us, are they making reference to some larger story world, some larger narrative environment that obviously has an important role in their lives? Are there incipient re-stories or sacred stories waiting to be told? Finally, I'm getting that word sacred in there. It was in the title of the whole presentation, and you're wondering when the heck was he going to start talking about that? And I'm not going to talk about it too much because it's kind of been running through much of what has been said here today. But here's some practical things. And this is not new for I'm sure most of you, but these are some things that we can do to stimulate narrative activity when it's difficult otherwise maybe to get people going. The one visit, one question. I know I have some nursing home staff, friends, who talk about wanting to institute a system where they have a box with a bunch of questions in the box. And when you leave the nursing station to go into resident X's room or resident Y's room, you take a question out of the box. And the question might be, what do you have a particular favorite memory of a pet that you had when you were younger? So you pull out that question. It seems a bit of a kooky sort of exercise, but take it into the room and say, I got a question for you today, Mr. Smith or Mrs. Jones. Oh, do you remember the first pet that you had? Well, yeah, Muffy. Yeah, Muffy was a great cat, you know. Now, Muffy may not be the central story in that person's life, but it gets the narrative juices flowing, if you know what I'm saying. We have an exercise that we use in workshops sometimes in Fredericton. They're called the ABCs of autobiographical memory. I can try it out with you right now. If I put a word up on the board, because I can't, there's no board to put it up on, and ask you to free associate a memory that came to mind by seeing that word, what would that memory be? Let's say I wrote up A-P-P-L-E. A-P-P-L-E. You know what that word is? Would anybody have a little short story that triggers for you? Do you, Ron?
I came from the west and I had good apples out there. I came to Ontario and they had skags on.
Great. Super. Another quick one.
My grandmother in Nova Scotia who said apple pie without some cheese is like a kiss without a squeeze.
Oh, sweet. That makes you think of your grandmother, doesn't it? Yeah. Harold?
My mother-in-law at a wedding, when there was a lull in the conversation at the table, suddenly burst out and said, "We had a good crop of apples this year."
I gotta give you another complicated word, okay? Maybe I want to write this down. B-I-K-E. Anybody got a quick little yes?
My husband and I biked in the Ride for Refuge this year. And we did 25K on the trails in London, and it was gorgeous day.
Wonderful.
The one gorgeous day out of probably 2 weeks.
Wonderful. Yeah. A sweet memory for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Has those got a quick B-I-K-E? And you could never afford a bike. So you grew up without a bike? Wow. Okay. You ride a Harley Davidson now. Scooter, okay. Very fun. Another quick BIKE story?
I taught myself when I was about 5 how to ride a bicycle on a big, huge adult bike that was handed down from my sisters. I had to jump off and see.
But your ankles and your knees were often in danger. Yeah. But the last word, very complicated word, write it down. C-A-T. Allergies. The story of all the scratching of the eyes and so forth. Yes?
I grew up on a farm in southern Manitoba, and we always had litters of cats all the time that would show up, and they were always feral, but one of them I kind of adopted it, and I tamed it, and then we had company one day, and my dad, the little girl who was visiting, fell in love with my little cat, and he didn't know that I tamed it and gave it away.
My first experience of death was seeing the body, or just barely the remains of a cat in the top level of the garage of my grandmother's, outside my grandmother's house, and just the sort of the mystery of it. I think at the time I was, just a young girl or child, and pondering that, where was the life?
The mystery of the dead cat. Yeah, where was the light? The light that was.
We had a cat, and it, unbeknownst to us, would hunt for mice, and it kept the mice tails under a tent, in a tent where we had a cot. We didn't know all the tails, the mouse tails were under there until we went to up the tent in the fall, and we found all these tails.
Yeah, the tales that tell a tale. Okay, ABC. The ABCs of autobiographical memory. I was going to ask you, how many of you who shared a little story just now had thought of that particular story in the last day? In the last year? Okay, your case, Arliss? Arliss. Sorry.
Not quite.
Okay.
No.
Okay, Alice. The story that you shared, was that something that you thought about very, very recently, or?
It's a favorite to trot out.
See, we all have our favorites to trot out, don't we? But the point I wanted to make is that some of the stories that we hear have been triggered by this little 3-word exercise that you forgot you remembered. And I know it's not something that maybe you use as a ploy to start a counseling session, but start a conversation that could lead to some counseling. So if you're walking from your office to the room of the resident or the patient, pick out a word, and hopefully not a dark, somber word like war or divorce, but strawberries or whatever. Okay. Window boxes. How many of you work in settings where there are window boxes of one sort or another? Okay. And what goes in those window boxes typically? Pictures, medals if they're war veterans and so forth. And these window boxes are great reminders to those working with the older adults whose rooms they're going into. Oh, these are important things that could help to initiate a conversation while whatever task is at hand is being carried out. How many of you are familiar with this true doors? Okay, well let me just show that to you. I'm very proud of the same person who started the narrative care program at York Care Center is now the executive director of a small rural nursing home in Stanley, New Brunswick. And she and her colleagues have learned about a particular initiative that comes out of the Netherlands called True Doors. And then again, this is a clip from CBC Fredericton showing this project.
In just under an hour, Kevin Young and Andy McFarlane create a personalized door. The one next to them is fake too. McFarlane wasn't sold on the True Doors photographic decals until he saw the residents' reaction.
Just quite emotional. They felt before. I've been there crying afterwards, which reminded them of the past, I guess.
You could almost swear you could push a few letters through the slot. Created by a Dutch art student who wanted her apartment door to have some character, the idea was picked up by nursing homes in Holland. Turned out it helped those with dementia locate their own rooms and more.
It's essentially a door that helps us to tell the story of a resident's life, or just to help us get to know a little bit more about the residents through their choices. Yeah, so it's neat.
Residents can have a photo taken of a door from their past or select one from a catalog. Greta Spillman decided on multiple images that evoke powerful memories for her.
The waterfalls, when on our honeymoon, our daughters, they see rainbows when they're traveling back and forth to Fredericton. My husband and their father is still looking after us.
Jean Reardon Cormier has the door of the Woodland Church.
And my daughter got married there. So when she heard about the name, heard about the doors, she said, Mom, let's pick the door of the church.
Pamela Spillman brought the idea to her boss, Daphne Noonan. Since then, 24 doors have been chosen. Spillman says this was the first one, Lloyd Branscom's room.
Lloyd came down and grabbed me, and he's like, you know, he couldn't talk, but he wanted me to come up. And when I seen it, it's like, I mean, he was all tears in his eyes. Like, he was just so happy to see it. And even now, he brings everybody around to see that door.
Each decal costs between $130 to $170. Nashwauk Villa is now the second care home in the country to use the True Door model. Catherine Harrop, CBC News, Standard.
Have any of you ever heard of that? You've heard of that? Yeah. I mean, there's a cost involved, but in terms of a way of triggering memories, and there's so many different ways to trigger memories and therefore stories from a person's life. I think this is quite an innovative thing. I'm proud to say that the second outfit in Canada. Now, the third, fourth, and fifth will be here in Ontario anytime soon, perhaps. I'm not pushing. I'm not getting any sort of commission for this. A more powerful one, though, and we were talking about this at the break, the connection between memory and music, and the power of pieces of music to trigger reflections or to trigger remembrances and so forth, or connections with one's past, even though one might have some significant cognitive impairment. And I'm going to play you a quick clip from the Music and Memory YouTube video that maybe some of you have already seen. How many of you have seen that? Okay, so it's not, well, for others of you it will be a bit new. And we've tried to implement this with some success actually in New Brunswick at different nursing homes. But this is a very powerful, and you're going to see Oliver Sands at some point.
I have one resident that barely opened her eyes, she didn't respond. As much as I tried, I knew her for 2 years. No matter what I tried, massage wouldn't work, nothing worked. But when we got introduced to the iPods and the family told me the things that she liked, it was amazing once we put the iPod on her. She started shaking her feet. She started moving her head. Her son was just amazed. Okay, can we stop? Because now I'm getting more. I'm seeing her all over again.
Hi, Papa. Hi, Papa. How you doing?
I'm all right. Fine.
Who am I?
I'm wait a minute.
Okay, it's Cherry.
How long has he been in the nursing home? Approximately 10 years. He was having seizures, and my mother couldn't handle him at home. Of course, it affected me greatly because he was always, fun-loving, singing. Every occasion he would come out with a song, no matter where he was. I remember as a child, he used to walk us down the street, me and my brother, and he would stop and do singing in the rain. He would have us jumping and swinging around poles. He was, he was good. He was always into music, always loved singing, dancing.
His name is Henry Dreyer. And praise music, and he always quoted the Bible. So I'd rather have that for him.
We first see Henry inert, maybe depressed, unresponsive, and almost unalive.
Henry.
Yeah.
Henry.
Yes,
I found your music. You want your music now? Okay. Let's try your music, okay? And then you tell me if it's too loud or not.
Then he is given an iPod containing, we know, his favorite music. And immediately he lights up. His face assumes expression, his eyes open wide. He starts to sing, to rock, and to move his arms, and he's being animated by the music.
And he used to always sit on the unit with his head like this. He didn't really talk to much people. And then when I introduced the music to him, this is his reaction ever since.
The philosopher Kant once called music the quickening art, and Henry is being quickened, he's being brought to life. Yeah.
I'm going to take the music for 1 second, okay? Just to ask you a few questions. Okay? I'm going to give it back to you. Okay.
The effect of this doesn't stop, because when the headphones are taken off, Henry, normally mute and virtually unable to answer the simplest yes or no questions, is quite voluble.
Henry.
Yeah.
Do you like the iPod? Do you like the music you're hearing?
Yes.
Tell me about your music.
Well, I don't have one, I mean.
Do you like music?
Yeah, I'm crazy about music. You play beautiful music, beautiful sound. Beautiful.
Did you play music when you were, did you like music when you were young?
Yes, I went to big dances and things.
What was your favorite music when you were young?
Well, I guess, Cal Calloway was my #1 fan, the guy I like.
What was your favorite Cab Calloway song?
Oh, I'll be home there for Christmas. Oh, you can complain on me with plenty of snow, mistletoe, present, wrap round your tree. Ow!
So in some sense, Henry is restored to himself. He has remembered who he is, and he's reacquired his identity for a while through the power of music.
What does music do to you?
It gives me this feeling of love, romance. Because right now the world needs to come into music, singing. You got beautiful music in. Beautiful, oh, lovely. And I feel the band of love, dream. The Lord came to me, baby, holy, I'm a holy man. So he gave me this sound. So I just say, I meet you. Let me see, Rosalie, won't you love me? Rosalie, won't you be sweet kind?
With this beautiful new technology, you can have all the music which is significant for you in something as big as a matchbox or whatever. And I think this may be very, very important in helping to animate, organize, and bring a sense of identity back to people who are out of it. Otherwise, music will bring them back into it, into their own personhood, their own memories, their own autobiographies.
Any comments on that?
At our home, we
Yes.
started using it this year, and it has been amazing. So we've built from maybe 3 or 4 iPod sets to probably now about 20.
Wow.
And it's just been amazing to do that. Yeah.
I mean, if there is a connection between who we are and our identity and the stories and the memories that go with that. And if this kind of technology can access those stories and those memories in whatever way, it seems like a good thing. Seems like a good thing.
We had a refugee family. The fellow had shrapnel in his brain from a bomb blast. He could not speak, he couldn't walk, he could sing.
Yeah.
He could sing, he had no words, couldn't communicate, he could still sing. It was stunning. And it gave him value, you know, because he could still bring joy to people. It's just incredible.
So these are just some examples of things that we can do. There's a book out called Listography. Apparently there are a number of other books that go along with the initial listography book. It's basically just a book that has a blank page at the top of which it says list the different pets you had in your life. Okay, well there was Muffy and there was Pookie and there was whatever, you know, and there would probably be triggered some stories about Muffy and Pookie and all the others and so forth. Then there is, of course, simple reminiscence. This works well with the people who are cognitively fairly with it, shall we say, and who are not exhibiting signs of depression and so forth. Storytelling circles. Scrapbooking. I don't know if this is something that is happening in whatever context you might be working with, but I think scrapbooking, I've never done scrapbooking, but they have whole stores for scrapbooking and scrapbooking supplies. But a great way to kind of do family history, personal history, celebrate key events and so forth with pictures and little captions and so forth, genealogy, memoir writing, that's more labor intensive. Writing in different genres. I work with Kate Medeiros. She has worked with older adults in life writing groups where she invites people to write about important experiences in their lives, maybe emotionally poignant experiences, using different genres. The first person, I did this, or the third person, to give you a little bit of distance. Or write a poem, or write a letter. There's a wonderful video which I use in my classes called Life Stories, and it's by put together by the gerontologist Tom Cole and Kate Medeiros, and it's a great way, if you can access that, he's emailed Tom Cole, I'm not sure where he is these days, but he gave me a copy of the DVD. It would be a great resource that you could use because it's about a particular group of older adults living in the community who responded to an invitation to be part of a life writing group. They didn't know each other from before, but they became involved in it each week for 2 or 3 years. They would come together and write these stories about their lives, sometimes awkward, difficult stories. But writing about those stories, reading those stories aloud to the group, and getting some conversation going on in the group in a supportive, safe environment, gave the members of the group a sense of healing oftentimes, and new friendships emerged from the group, etc. That's guided autobiography. Jim Barron, whom I mentioned before, the guided autobiography method works this way. How many of you have participated in guided autobiography before? It works like this. You have a group of maybe 8 or 10 people, and you invite each person in the group to prepare for the next meeting by writing 2 pages, only 2 pages, on the same theme. So the group decides, okay, next week we're going to come together and we're going to read our respective 2 pages on the theme of marriage, or on the theme of education, or on the theme of health, or faith, or love, or whatever. Or marriage and love, sometimes they work together. And so they come together the following week, and they read aloud, each of them, the 2 pages. There's discussion back and forth, not critique, because it's not a writing class per se. And over a period of about 8 weeks, some wonderful friendships develop, and people report feeling a greater sense of personal agency, greater sense of personal meaning and purpose in their lives, etc. Time slips and bastings, very important work. How many of you have some familiarity with that? Let me take a brief clip, if I may, featuring Ann Basting, who is the originator of a unique intervention for persons with dementia, where they gather people together in a circle and they create a story as a group. So you'll get a bit of a flavor for that from this little clip.
really pretty simple. It's improvisational storytelling.
So we're gonna write a story today. You up for it? Okay.
There is no set course for the story. It all comes from the participants themselves.
To start off, can you tell me what's going on in this picture? They're hugging.
It's a radical shift for people with memory loss because our first impulse is to actually go right to memory to try to heal the person.
Why do you think they're happy?
Because it's their wedding.
It's their wedding anniversary.
And this is particularly powerful for people whose ability to control language is fraying. So it's giving them back that tool to connect with people again.
He has decided that from now on, the next 50 years, I'm going to be the boss.
Okay. All right.
The first moment I realized that something was unique about this method, it was actually kind of a moment of desperation. I'd been trying all these memory-based techniques and they weren't working. And so I just tore a picture of the Marlboro Man out of a magazine and I had a big sketch pad like this. And I said, say anything you want. Let's make up a story.
He thinks, underline, he thinks he's gonna be the boss.
The second I figured out that that worked, that's all I did for the next 12 weeks. I just did the same thing over and over and over again just to see if I could recreate that. And in some ways I was doing that 12 years later. And in fact, it works every time, I'm here to say.
Anne is one of those creative visionaries. Sometimes Anne will come to me with an idea and I have absolutely no idea what she's talking about. And just have gotten to the point of saying, fine, okay, because I know it's going to be great. I just know it's going to be great.
Sometimes, yeah, the memory doesn't come as easily, right? So you feel comfortable kind of sharing whichever way it comes out.
I mean, Anne is absolutely a star in this community, but she's also a star nationally and internationally.
You know the magic of this is that there's no planning.
No, I think it's her enthusiasm and her ideas and her belief that we should have high expectations of the imagination and the creative spirit of people with dementia. She's always pushing us in a good way to think bigger and to think something that can really revolutionize and reinvent long-term care.
It's not up to me. It's your story.
I think UWM, for me, the most important thing about working there is this feeling that you can make it happen. I have a career of working in the cracks of in between things, in between departments, in between disciplines, in between university community. And it's a really ripe community for making those kind of things happen, those kind of projects happen, those collaborations. And it's a place that has a need for it too. So there's an enthusiasm for that kind of work and an acceptance for it and open doors, frankly.
So how are we going to end our story?
I think I love what I do because it allows you to tap almost immediately into the essence of humanity.
Bernie says, when does Wine and Trump start? And Julianne says, that's what you think.
Sitting in on the story today, there's still moments of magic.
Hallelujah, thank you, God.
Very nice. Good story. Good story.
I think the thrust of that particular program is to use a picture that isn't tied to any particular resident's life. It's just a general sort of picture, in this case a couple. And so that invites people to just brainstorm freely and so forth, to build a story that takes a kind of a higgledy-piggledy path, but obviously stimulates narrative activity. And we could perhaps assume for those persons with dementia, tapping into aspects of who they are, narratively speaking. Therapeutic reenactment, I'm not going to play that clip because that's kind of heavy-duty stuff, but it's powerful stuff. Mark Westwood at the University of British Columbia uses therapeutic reenactment with his team of therapists and so forth to help vets coming back from places like Afghanistan and Bosnia who are wrestling with the ravages of PTSD in their relationships and their families, and they're dealing with possible suicide and so forth. and they gather a group of veterans around, and they go back into the original traumatic event and reenact it in a very careful, therapeutic way. And the testimonies that the vets who've gone through this give about how it's helped them get back on track, to recover their energy, and to feel in touch with themselves and their families in this fresh new way. That's very powerful. Another colleague of mine from University of West Georgia, Richard LaFleur, he works with veterans of Vietnam, and in his church that I think he's the director of pastoral care for a congregation of 10,000 plus people. There is a team of pastoral care providers, but he also is a professor at the university. But he's developed a program, they've developed a program called Just Listening, where vets from the Vietnam War who otherwise are having some difficulties in their lives can just talk. They hold a feather or a talking stone or whatever, and people just listen. Story listening. And plain old conversation, I think that is underestimated. How's it going today? Where are you from? Even those questions like, are you from Stanley or Ferguson Junction? They can get things going. Creative activity of any kind, random or special objects, photographs, and some of us at St. Thomas are working on a project now where we're looking at the power and the place of cherished objects in people's lives, and how those tap into their memories and their stories and reveal a lot about their identity, what's important for them in their lives. I sometimes do an exercise with my students. You could do this with older adults. With older adults, I'll bring into the classroom a bag full of random objects from my house, like an old toothbrush, clean but old, and a die from the dice, the golf ball, the tennis ball, and a egg timer, you name it. Okay, I throw those on I place them on the table, and I'll say, okay, to start this class, each of you could go out and have a look if there's an object that kind of speaks to you, or that talks to you, or triggers some sort of memory about your life. Take it back with you, and we'll introduce ourselves that way. And that's a lot of fun, and you don't know whether what you're hearing from each student is the truth or not. That's kind of irrelevant in a way, but it gets people connected to each other. So there are benefits of life storytelling. They're printed for you. I'm not a researcher in this vein, but my colleagues, particularly in the Netherlands, are gathering the data with the proper sorts of methods that show that using life review and life review therapy, simple reminiscence, whatever, with persons experiencing some degree of depression in their life, it makes a concrete difference in terms of lowering their symptoms of depression, increasing their sense of personal meaning and agency in life, and that seems to be sustained, for a month after, 6 months after, and so forth. One, James Pennebaker from the University of Texas, has done research where he invites students to write out difficult experiences in their lives or traumatic experiences in their journals or so forth, and then has figured out a way with his colleagues attached to the medical school to measure the strength of those students' immune systems, and has found that the journaling, the getting stuff out, in their case, seems to improve their immune system. And I have this hunch that if people can be helped to have a good, strong story about themselves, that may translate into better immune system in the face of the colds and flus that run through institutions on any given day, this time of year. So there are some specific things to consider in the practice of narrative care with persons with depression. And you are the experts, many of you in this area more than I am, but bringing the narrative perspective, I think, for example, our colleagues in the Netherlands have found that if you can assist someone who's been diagnosed with moderate depression in later life, with helping them to access specific and positive memories, that has a sustained sort of positive influence. Yeah. Because the tendency for some people with depression is to tell overgeneralized memories, okay? I see nodding heads because you know more about this than I could ever imagine knowing. May be the case that people experiencing depression are simply overwhelmed with a bunch of intertwining narrative challenges, such as we identified earlier. And maybe if we can help by our story listening skills to address some of those narrative challenges with them, that we might find a way to counteract the depression other than methods that are more traditionally used. Just throwing that out there, maybe some of what masks as depression is a form of narrative foreclosure combined with narrative loss and so forth. As far as dementia is concerned, this is a huge and important topic, but I think it's important to remember from a narrative care perspective that persons with dementia may be subjected day in and day out by the people that are around them to a degree of narrative dispossession. And the word dementia itself, once that's on someone's chart, it's going to probably affect the way that that individual is perceived. I wrote a paper some years ago, stupid little paper, but I felt passionate about it at the time, which I was trying to say that really is a very fine line in some way between normal autobiographical memory and dementing autobiographical memory, if I can use that term. Insofar as our autobiographical memories, the key memories that we have about who we are, they're not exact replicas of the facts, ma'am. They're inevitably embellished, edited, somewhat distorted, and they're told in different ways at different times to different audiences for different reasons. There's a blurring sometimes and an entangled. We talk about narrative tangles. What's the word? Neurofibrillary tangles. Okay, I think the way in which our autobiographical memories are entangled with those memories of the people we're close to. So my point simply was that first of all, the dividing line between normal memory and dementing memory isn't as categorically sharp as we might assume it to be. We need to maybe reconceive what we mean by narrative coherence, narrative agency, and I point you to Clive Baldwin's important work. We need to, and I was having a chat with somebody during the last break, we need to appreciate that we can hold people's stories with them and for them when they can't necessarily tell their stories or parts of their lives themselves. There's a woman named Jane Crisp out of Australia who writes a wonderful little article about her experience looking after her elderly mother who had dementia. And she talks about how she began to listen differently to the sorts of things and stories that her mother was telling her in her dementia. And she realized that in some ways her mother was sharing with her in a way that we share when we're in a kind of waking dream. And maybe if we listen for the metaphors and the images that are coming through what the person with dementia is saying, we would listen in a different way and get some helpful insights into their story world. Listening for feelings and opinions and not so much knowledge, and as much as possible entering their story world. We have people here working in the field of palliative care. Yeah? So just some off-the-cuff amateurish observations from a narrative perspective is that when we are dying, we are in a sense extra nudged toward the spiritual or the transcendent dimension. We perhaps have a heightened urge to life review. This has been brought out nicely by David Poole, University of British Columbia, in his wonderful book, What Dying People Want, which got him on the Oprah Winfrey Show back in 2002. We had him at a conference, great speaker. He works closely with Mark Westwood in the Veterans Transition Project I mentioned earlier. One of my colleagues in Fredericton went to a workshop that I gave on reading and writing our lives, decided that she would use her skill in photography and in putting pictures together through an iPad to help her in her work as a volunteer with Hospice Fredericton. And so she would sit with people. One of our esteemed politicians in New Brunswick, Andy Scott, who's dying of a rare form of cancer, she sat with him, used his photographs, and with his guidance put together a wonderful display on the iPad that then was transformed into a book that he could share with his son, a 6-year-old son, and give his son a sense of how important his son was to him. The pictures were all about Andy Scott and his son. So it was for the son, his name is Noah, okay? Needing to face the end of the story, maybe creating a healthy sense of closure as opposed to foreclosure, and maybe preferring to tell nostalgic stories, and maybe the person who is experiencing dying is open to positive storyings of life beyond. Viewing life beyond as the next chapter, as the big adventure. My father, when I asked him once, Dad, what are your thoughts about dying? He says, I'm looking forward to the adventure. And he'd been reading some magazines I'd been throwing his way from the National Geographic about the cosmos and the universes and the galaxies and so forth. And he was thinking that the next phase for him will be an exploration. I hope that's what's going on. The great mystery. The other side is another way to story the mystery that we don't really know how to story. As a horizon beyond which the five senses cannot see. So, blah, 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 blah. Two metaphors I want to throw at you before we depart. One is, as listeners, we can be not just deep listeners, hopefully, and agents of restoring and caring co-authors, but story catchers. You familiar with the concept of a dream catcher? There's a wonderful book by this person here, Christina Baldwin, called Story Catchers. And she has some wonderful things to say about listening as a way of catching the stories that people have to share with us. And then another colleague from Emory University, Karen Scheid, whose book Pastoral Care, Telling the Stories of Our Lives, she coined the phrase story companions. And I really want to talk with her. Maybe you can have her come to one of your events in the future to talk about what she means by being a story companion with somebody in a pastoral care context. I should have said more about Janet Ruffing, because I know some of you have a spiritual direction connection, and I think she is the person that I would look to as having lots of good things to say about spiritual direction as a narrative process, particularly from her book, To Tell the Sacred Tale. That quote is there for you to muse on at your leisure. The last little slide here is to summarize for you what I'm thinking about narrative care. First of all, it's not rocket science. It's not wildly expensive compared to MRI machines, technologies and drugs perhaps, potentially transformative or regenerative. It's as vital as other kinds of care. I think of it as emotional care, spiritual care, and patient-centered care all kind of in one. It's implicitly therapeutic, maybe not therapy per se, but therapoetic, if you will. It's core care because it goes to the cœur, French, or heart and soul of who a person is. And it's probably what attracted many of us to a helping profession in the first place. And lastly, narrative care begins at home. So I have a bit about narrative self-care, which I'm not going to go into, but you've got your slides there. And it seems to me that if we are going to offer ourselves as agents of restoring or caring co-authors or story companions, it behooves us to be aware of, enticed by, intrigued by, exploring of the narrative complexity of our own story worlds through various means, some of which are shown there. And I think that means that would be, oh, some books. Oh, it goes on. They're coming up new ones every day. 3 separate slides worth, okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. We feel fully resourced. We have lots of things to go home with and books to look up and thoughts to continue thinking. Some of you picked up bibliographies at the book table. I will send out a link or an attachment to that bibliography for those of you who didn't get a copy of that. So you will receive that in your email box over the next little bit. so that we'll all be able to continue this adventure of learning about narrative care and narrative gerontology. I so appreciate you having been here with us, Bill. And, yeah, sure, clap some more. We also have Ron Schlegel here with us now. He has joined us for the afternoon, and so I wanted to introduce him. And Ron, did you have any words that you would like to leave us with?
I wish I could have been here all day. The last hour was certainly very informative and exciting. I might just add that one of the reasons, or the principal reason why we added the spirituality and aging is that I'm a firm, well, we wouldn't consider all the other areas like vascular health and nutrition and aging, etc., that the area of spirituality and aging is the only area in which we continue to grow right through to our very last day. In all other areas, be it our cardiovascular health or neurological health or whatever, we decline, even though we try to prolong and extend the health span of those areas. But in spirituality, we continue to grow right to the very end. And so we thought it was very, very important that we have an area within the Research Institute in the area of spirituality and aging. And so we're very fortunate that Jane Kipfer has come along to succeed Marianne, and she's a real driver, and it's good to have her with the group. There are 10 research chairs at the present time, and we'll be adding 3 more within the next year and a half or 2 years. And so we hope that these, we know they will, we don't just hope, that these research seminars in spirituality will continue each November. So thank you, Jane, for your work, and we'll look forward to many more. I might just add that when you're talking here about the area of narrative storytelling, that when we talked about music, when you talked about music, the one story, well, several stories came in my mind, but one that was sort of my favorite stories. We had a fellow in our nursing home in London, Ontario, who he had his wife there, and she was very advanced dementia, to the point where she was spoke very little except loud, weird, kind of nonsense sounds. And Norm spent his time making colored glass windows and pictures. And so he made a very lovely stained glass for our chapel. We were having an afternoon of dedication for this piece of stained glass, 2 pieces. And so they brought in his son, or this lady's, his wife's son as well, from Edmonton to sing a solo. And there was this afternoon service of celebration and dedication. And so the son sang a song, very good, very, I forget what the name of the song was right now, but when he was halfway through singing it, all of a sudden another voice joined him and sang alongside with the son. And it turned out that it was his mother, or Norm's wife, who hadn't spoken a word for 2 years and was now singing a song word for word with her son. There wasn't a dry eye in that whole auditorium that day. So a very, very powerful experience of the power of music as you were discussing it there today. Thank you, Bill, for a very interesting presentation today.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.